Bakayım kaç tane olacak. Yok yarın öbür gün biraz böyle en fazla şu kadar günün başı satılıyorsun.
O zaman böyle ihtimaller. Millet geceden kalmayı güzel, ben günden kalmayı. Milletler ya geceden kalmayı. Ben günden kalmayı.
Hocam bütünde direkt kameraları sokarız, koyarız.
Salonu var mı? Program var mı?
Heyecan nasıl başlar acaba ya?
Gathering event. We always say we're welcoming first, so I'm very honored that I can be the one welcoming you, also to the people on the live stream. And I'm honored to be first.
We always say we're welcoming first, so I'm very honored that I can be the one welcoming you. Also,
and they will talk about challenges and opportunities of staking.
I say Nico and Andy from EP from Latin America, and they will talk about the challenges and opportunities of staking in underrepresented regions. Welcome.
One second, we are live. Well, thank you everyone, and thank you for being here. Today we are going to be chatting about our experience trying to a community of node runners and validators
Today
in Latin
we're
America,
going to be
and how
chatting
other
about our
regions
experience
learn from it.
trying to cultivate, trying to grow a community
To begin
of
with, I
node
think it's
runners
important
and
to
validators
just have a
in Latin
picture
America
of
and other regions
that is
maybe or may
very
learn from
particular
it.
to us in some senses, but I think it's also
I
we
think
can
it's
see some of
important
that in other
just
regions
have a
around the
picture
world.
of Latin
In our
America.
case, in general,
That is
we are
very
Latin
particular
America is
to us in some
mostly
senses, but I
composed of
think it's
developing
also
countries, third world countries.
we can see some of
We
that
have some
in
very
regions all around
hard
the world.
and
In our case,
political and
in
economic
general, we
issues
are
all
Latin America is
around.
mostly
We can see
composed of
examples in
developing
Venezuela,
countries,
we
third
can
world
see
countries.
examples in Argentina.
We
Now,
have some
even
very
Guatemala has been having
hard and
some political
political and
issues.
economic issues all around.
And
We can
at
see
least
examples in
economically, we
Venezuela,
are
we can see
very
examples in
dependent on
Argentina.
remittances.
Now,
Like
even
even
Guatemala, some
moved
political
to
issues,
Spain
Panama as
just to
well.
be able to work and send all the money that they
At
made
least
back to
economically,
the
we
example.
depended on remittances.
Which
Like
this means
even
is
my
that
parents
crypto,
moved to Spain
we
just to be
have
able
a
to
very
work and
strong
send all the money
value
that they
proposition
made back
for all
to
of
the
us
island,
there.
for example.
And we can also see this
Which this means is
in the
that
countries where they
crypto,
have the most economic
we
issues.
have a very strong
They all have the
value
most
proposition
adoption.
for all
Let's
of
say
us there.
Argentina again
And we can
for a
also
very
see
clear
this
example.
in the countries where they have the most
Now, to
economic
be more
issues.
specific,
They
in
also
crypto,
have the
we
most
are
adoption,
the seventh
let's
biggest
say
market.
Argentina
We
again,
move
for a very
around
clear example.
5 million, at least that was from
Now,
2021
to
to
be more
2022.
specific,
and that represented a 40% growth over 2020 2021, and that just keeps growing. Five of the top 30 countries in the adoption index, crypto adoption index by each analysis, are also in Latin America. And like I said, better store of values, protection against remittances, and others are the main reason to use crypto. Um, and that's very important. That's very common, but unfortunately, we do so via centralized exchanges. It's the best, it's simple, um, but that also means that we need to sort of protect in the realm of Ethereum security and staking. Now I'll pass it over.
Yes, 51% of them has used cryptocurrencies in the past, which is awesome. And that represents 4% of the global population. Yet, less than 0.65% of the Ethereum validators are in Latin America. So that represents a very asymmetric position between usage and contributing to the security, to the network, to even just technically and other communities or involvement within the system. And we can see according to NodeWatch, and the one on the left is a map of MEV Labs. It's just like what's the distribution, geographic distributed by validators around the world. And we can see huge clusters in Europe, in North America, that's not the news, but a lot of them are in data centers, a lot of them like one or two in the US and in Germany. And that's not great, not only because of involvement, which is a lot of them are in Latin America. There's still a lot of misconceptions of crypto. There's still a lot of misconceptions about trading. There's still a lot of lack of resources that exist. Like most of the resources, as we know, exist on English of language, just not only technical but also for language, just to understand these topics. And one of the biggest barriers that we've seen why people get involved is the 32 economic barrier. So I know there are many projects, and we're all trying to get to lower that. But that's a huge reality that maybe being misunderstood or are not as aware when we talk in other regions with money, but it's achievable. For most people, this is like many times their lifetime value that they can save. 10, 20 saving. It's just unachievable. So that's a challenge. If we want to cluster to make the most network in the world, we have a challenge. And we want to keep beating the drums on this narrative that geographic diversity is very important, maybe as important or related to client diversity. And this have started to see we want client diversity because we want redundancy, we want to have separation or resilience. If there's a bug in one client and there's not another. Well, something similar we get from geographic diversity. In client diversity, we get technical resilience. With geographic diversity, we get social and legal resilience. So, like regions of like Canadian, Europe, and North America, if there was a collision in legal aspects, well, imagine over 80% of the network being against Ethereum. And there's already a lot of alignment. It's like sharing a code base between Europe and North America. We share a lot of like legal alignment and political alignment. So that's a challenge. See the opportunity in other places, Asia, Oceania, Latin America, Africa. You see the percentage is really, really small. So yes, there's a big opportunity on increasing the resilience of Ethereum by increasing the geographic diversity the same way that we increase the client diversity. And yes, as we get client concentration, we can also get geographic concentration, which we have at the moment. We saw the OFAC challenge that we had 1 year ago is one of the best examples of how like the country affect the whole network. Whereas if we had a more diverse geographic network, we would get challenges. We also had sanctions like MetaMask not allowing Usuela accessing the network RPC nodes. That's all legal challenges that if we have more validators and more nodes in the region, and just moments ago we were talking about, like, remember here on the public that there is a incentive of being concentrated, so you have low latency with your peers. And if you're in regions like Bangkok or Latin America, even if you want to participate, some penalties because the rest of the world is like further away. So there seems to be like some tension to be all concentrated and decentralization and resilience and performance.
So
yeah,
there
how do
seems
we
to
try
be
to
like
solve it?
some
We still have to
tension
talk
between
about, but
performance
yes,
that wanting
even
to be all
today we have
decentralized
lowered, and that's a
and
great achievement from
decentralization and
our
resilience
network.
and performance.
We
So
have lowered from almost
how do
80%
we try to solve
to
it? We
30
still have
something
to talk
percent, but
about,
that's
but
still
yes,
one third
even
of
today we
blocks
have
not
lowered, and
performing.
that's a great
So
achievement from we have
beating the
lowered
drum
from
and
almost 80%
teaching,
of all compliant to
sending the narrative
30 something
of
percent, but that's still
decentralization,
one
censorship
third
resistance,
of
etc.
blocks
So
that are proof of compliant.
that
To be better, we want to keep
message, yeah.
beating the drum and teaching,
Thanks.
setting the narrative of decentralization, censorship
Yeah, we'll
resistance.
talk now
That's
about
why
like
we are
what efforts are being taken to solve this issue, and we will start talking about session we're part of.
Let's talk now
Kipu,
about like
the
what
let's say
efforts are
community
being
of
taken to
communities,
solve this
Ethereum
issue,
communities in
and
America, and
we'll start
specifically
talking
us.
about
We're working on the
organization
vertical
we're part
called
of,
Kipu Stakers.
Kipu,
It's kind of
let's say
like
community
ETH
of
Staker but
communities,
America,
specifically
and
us. We're
we've
working on
been
the vertical
since
called
like
Kipu
for a year
Stakers.
now. We've
It's,
been taking
kind
efforts
of like
in an
specifically
operational
for Latin America, and
support to decentralize
we've been
the
since,
network
like for a year
geographically.
now. We've been
And
taking,
I'm going to
both
mention some of the
education and
efforts that we've
operational,
taken to do this.
support to
Well,
decentralize
educational, we've been
the network.
host Twitter or
And,
X Spaces
I'm going to mention some of
with
the efforts that
different
we've taken
leaders in the industry, like
to do
staking
this.
and node
Well,
operators,
educational,
to
we've been
explain to the
hosting,
public, like in
Twitter or
from
X
different
Spaces
perspectives, from different
with
projects to
different
understand
leaders
better
in the industry, like
the current
staking,
staking, like
to
what are some of the
explain
innovations
to the
going on,
public, like in
and
from
the
different
the importance
perspectives,
of
from
these
different,
innovations in
projects
lowering the
to
barrier for
understand
in
status,
underrepresented
of
regions
staking,
to
like what are some of
also
the
be
innovations
able
going
to
on,
stake
and
and run
the
nodes.
importance of these innovations in lowering the barrier
Well,
for
in the educational
people
efforts,
in
we've also
underrepresented regions
translated
to
each
also
staker
be able to
knowledge
stake
base and
run
Rhino review,
nodes.
having like
Well,
virtual
in
and
the educational
IRL
efforts, we've also
presentations and
translated each
workshops.
staker knowledge base and
So
Rhino review, as well
that's
as
talking about
having
Kipu
like virtual
stakers,
and
but if we talk
IRL
about like initiatives from bigger
presentations
projects,
and
let's say
workshops.
the Ethereum Foundation
So,
made a campaign
that's
called
talking
Run a
about
Node
Kipu
grants,
stakers, but
where
if we talk
they
about,
were
like,
giving
initiatives from
grants
bigger projects, let's say the Ethereum
kind of
Foundation
like machines for people
made
to
a
be able to run
campaign
their to
called Run a
become
Node
solo stakers.
grants,
Same
where
for
they
Ether
were
Foundation
and-
solo
and,
staker with a similar
kind of
goal
like machines for
and
people
with
to
different characteristics,
be able to
but
run
super
to become
interesting
solo stakers.
to
Same for
see that
Etherfi,
like these big
run
players are
Operation
also
Solo
taking
Staker
efforts
with a
in
similar goal, and with
allowing
different
other
characteristics, but
like people
super
in these regions to
interesting, and
nodes
to
and
see that,
that
like,
way
these big
decentralize
players are also
the
taking
network
efforts
geographically.
in
So
allowing
aside from
other,
that, there's also
people
like
in
big
regions
to make
run nodes and
staking
that way
or running
decentralize,
nodes
the
more
network
accessible.
geographically. So,
Well, with
there's
very
also, like, big
impactful,
efforts
like
to
improving
make,
the user experience
staking
or
or running nodes more
user
accessible.
interface, and
Well,
one
with
that's,
simple things,
as I
but
mentioned,
very
like super
impactful,
important,
like
lowering the
improving
barrier
user
of
experience
32
or
ETH that needs to be
user interface,
staked
and
to run a
one
node,
that's,
because well,
as I mentioned, like super
if we
important,
really want to
lowering
make a difference in these regions, we definitely need to make sure that it's accessible for them. And well, if the network gets more and more value over time, these 32 ETH are going to be harder and harder to get. So we need to make sure that everyone in those regions are also able to running a node or staking. So how are we doing so far?
They want to run nodes, their blockchain clubs want to experiment with that, so that's also a big part of like these staking campaigns that
against other projects. So aside from that, with Keep2 Stakers, we started to experiment a little bit with running our own DVT cluster to, well, these ones on testnet, but we had 5 machines in we've gathered by doing this, like all the operational support that we can give to the community based on this experience, and in many regions. Like maybe we start like with a bunch of clusters across Latin America, but maybe we can start running clusters within countries or within cities eventually. So we have like a bunch of different clusters with different setups in different regions. Well, in Latin America and also across the world. Yeah, and well, we have to think like what's next to kind of like increase the decentralization of the geographic decentralization of the network. And Andy mentioned an important part of it is to strengthen the P2P latency, and well, for that there's need to invest in infrastructure to make sure that this is possible, and also there needs to be taken a big effort in using universities and local communities as the places for experimentation and innovation to make sure that these, well, coordinate between those also to make sure that these things happen, that there's well, both interest and kind of operational experience so that people can execute. And yeah, well, this can be leveraged with the individual's interest of like, I mean, like really leveraging the idea of Ethereum being for human coordination. Like we can bring this to real life by allowing people to coordinate and collaborate and create at least this sense of community, of belonging between each other. That's well, a beautiful experience actually that we have experienced ourselves when we were at CT. So yeah, would encourage everyone to reach out if they want to do it or if they want to experiment on their own. So for us, what's next? Well, of course, we will continue with our educational, the X spaces, the translations, and there's a course coming soon to, well, spread knowledge and more operational experience to people. And we are participate very actively and encourage our community members to participate actively in these node projects like EtherFi, Operation Solo Staker, the Lido Community Lifeguards, and well, we're fostering a relationship with more projects like DAppNode, Diva, etc. So, as mentioned, because some universities reached out, we are looking to start some programs with these universities to help them and their blogs to run nodes and give them all the knowledge that they need or access to the resources that they need to do projects that we mentioned before. As said just now, like get our DVT cluster on mainnet. Please reach out if you're interested in supporting that effort, and continue doing workshops, run their own nodes or DVT clusters, as I mentioned before. Yeah, well, and ideally there's also well, kind of university courses that we can teach or let's say mentor some professors to so that they can also for the education in nodes and staking in Ethereum with these courses. Yeah, that's pretty much the overview of this well, problem of decentralizing the network. Really is what it entails and like what are the solutions that we as a community are bringing, and we are encouraging everyone to participate, and also so thank you to all the projects that are taking efforts in doing this, because we believe it's super important. We hope we have shown you the importance of it, and hope you join in our efforts to decentralize the network geographically. Thanks. We have time
I'm for all.
You mentioned investing in infrastructure to improve P2P latency. More about that?
Yeah, sure. Well, this is actual information we got from a company called Sensei Node. They are institutional log runners in Latin America, in the region. And we were just chatting with them, and they said, like, well, when we started validating at the scale, for example, we saw a lot of missed attestations, just because the time period you have to test, combined with, we can start to get into proposal window separation and how nodes are incentivized to propose at the very last time, and on top of that, we have nodes at the very bottom of the and that created a lot of latency and missed attestations. And as since there was more validators, they had more nodes, and the latency was going down. So I think it's very important to just invest. I don't think I have seen like any specific paper or something more deep in research. I think that'd be pretty cool because, as Andy said, there's a lot of counter incentives to decentralize the network geographically.
I would just add that it almost feels like there's some gravity of like the network coin into wherever most nodes are, and I think we need to be very mindful of how to we that right. So yeah, that's great question.
Other questions? No? Okay, then thank you very much. And the next talk is going to be in 8 minutes.
Ortalayacağım da adam biraz yok. Adam şey değil, köşedeydi ya biraz. Adam ortaladı, şey değil. Aynen ha, yani genele geçersin diye şey yapmadım. Hareket etmedim.
Maybe on the inside if you crack
O da değil yani, o şey oluyor. Aa, ben şimdi anlayacağım. Bu kasım muhabbet yok mu? Hiçbir yerde yok. Her yerde senin bizim gömlek hani gittin zaten 3 bin lira gömlek biliyorsun. Oradan kovalamak lazım. İnternetten de
I have like a giant 2-gallon one or something. Hotel room. Didn't feel like that around all day. Be a bit impractical though. 10 pounds.
Yo duyuyorum ben seni. O açık bir şey yapıyor. Sekreter konuşuyor. Hoş geldiniz güle güle diye. Kalsın istedim. Ne olduğunu algılayamadım. Yani işi çözemedim, algılayamadım. İşi ne olduğunu algılayamadım. Ne yapıyorlar, ne ediyorlar?
Next up, we have James Smith from the Ethereum Foundation, and he's going to talk about stop trying to be too funky with your STs. So focus on the basics. Welcome.
Today feels very official behind here.
Ama buna söyleyin de uzaklaşmasın, erkekler dikkatli
These
olsun.
are my opinions and nobody else's. So disclaimer out of the way,
Şöyle
out the
bırakıyorum.
doors. You trapped in here with me. The case against LSDs is quite spicy.
Temiziz.
But I want to delve into a subject today that I believe is
Ama
widely ignored
şöyle
by lots of
mikrofonu
projects building in
dursun
space
abi.
as well. Because what I'm going to say I think is quite
Wow.
obvious and quite easy to understand, but very hard to execute. What I would phrase it, is you're directed around your LSD strategy when there's lots of other things you can do to fight? And are you playing the right fight? So, let's have a rethink. US calls can't match bigger liquidities, power. If I was to put it, I think I did some maths on the back of paper. You're going to need around 750 million in liquidity incentives to compete with the big liquidity players. And these big staking pools, their revenue is around 20-25 million a year. Nobody is going to invest that much liquidity to get that business. So it's a fight you can't have at the moment, in my opinion. There's a couple of main players dominating the market. Many new pools are focused on LSD setups. I took these off of a quick search and have to ask the question, do your users really care about your strategy? And I want to look at some of the data. I speak to a lot of staking pools, a lot of node operators, and one of the biggest things is that none of them are talking to any users out there. None of them are trying to understand how they want to interact with it. And I think it's very easy for us to live in that. We don't go out and talk to people. We don't understand what their needs are. So what are users actually doing? You've got 224 users buying less than $1,000. I don't know who's putting $1 into Lido. Maybe it's just a test or something. But there's 19,000 of them. You've got 125,000 users staking between 1,000 and 32. I appreciate the third one is a wide bracket of 32K to a million. However, that's three different conversations having. You can't talk the same. Somebody with $6 million and somebody with $60, it's a different conversation you need to have. The staking pool, I don't see anybody having different conversations. I don't see anybody sticking out to an audience really representing them. On exchanges, the average deposit is $600. I think 98 of staked ETH belongs to 1% of people, and everybody else is staking $600. This is just an example of your staking pool setup. Deposit queue is full, please try later. We all know who that is. ETH usage. Everyone's talking about their liquid staking strategy, and I talked to Jordan, the Stakewise, about this. 65% of nothing with their ETH. They get it, and it sits in their wallet. And everyone is obsessed about their liquid staking strategy. 7 out of 10 people don't do anything with their liquid staking token afterwards. So you need to think that through of what you're building for. Liquid staking tokens also can really confuse. Many people in this room have 8 hours a day to go and look at their liquid staking strategy. Many other out of this room do not have that time or luxury. So thinking these things through, I think, is super important. Which user does your staking offer speak to? This is just another really good example of users saying Plankton, Krill. Who are you talking to? What's the makeup here? If you look at active wallets, it is really sticky. How much is that worth getting into a staking pool? Because once somebody puts it in there, it's like moving to a bank account. Nobody leaves that staking pool. Which is why I discussed vampire attacks and their potentials. This is an example I just made up. None of this is real. But this is the type of thing I think you need to obsess about answering this question. And it's not an easy question to answer. You need to be having a very different fight. Are you listening to users? Are you asking these type of questions? Where are you talking to them? Which channels do they live in? Because if you're Reddit, there's a different breed of user everywhere else. And I talk to staking pools, node operators a lot, and I see a lot of people are not thinking of new channels to explore. I've spoken to some really big media outlets. Has anybody approached you about your staking offering? Not a single person has approached them at all, and they have access to many users. Cool. So where can you compete? I've got some examples. This talk is designed to give you some inspiration and creativity. You need, where can you win? If I think about it from another perspective, everybody classifies liquid staking tokens in staked ETH numbers, so it's always the same players at the top. If you broke it down into number of lists coming out as well, so you can really have a different conversation. But integrated with Ledger, they got 250 ETH deposited in their first 7 weeks of being integrated with Ledger. That was a smarter move than a strategy. Exchanges, Coinbase are charging 25%, and you can maybe get away with 10% on-chain. They had no LST and they became second. Why? Because they have the user access right there. Finance is a really good niche example. They had 3 different liquid staking tokens which appealed to a certain makeup of investor. And that market, whether they'll grow past that, that's to be seen, but they really appeal to a certain market and they group with. You can compete with communities as well. There's lots of strong communities in staking pools. There's many other areas to go. This is Eigenlayer. This is to give you an example. A new appealing feature. There is definitely the audience and the money and the will there as well. They were open for 2 hours, and if they were classified as a staking pool, they would be number 5, which in 120 minutes is not bad going. Vampire attacks, have they been successful? Yes, look at you, Deepa. I think, I use a German word, jein, yes and no. They really good for PR, really good for marketing purposes, but have they actually been? Are they sticky? Are they people who are just chasing a yield and then they're going to pull it out? We do not know these answers. But if I look at airdrops, so the slide's got it messed up, you have a 60 to 80% churn after 4 months on airdrops as well. So it does create some hype, does know the cost of that too. There's another question. Should your goal be finding new deposits, or should you be trying to switch? You're going to pay their gas fees. If the average person is paying $600 on an exchange, how are you going to get them to come to your staking pool is what you need to think through. That's it. If you have any questions about that, but I really think you need to think more obsessively about that question of what type are you having, and where are the users, and where can you access them.
Speaking with users who are doing nothing with it, why do they need to do something with it? That's part of the strategy that maybe you're employing, but why?
Well, they don't necessarily need to do anything with it, but your staking pool doesn't necessarily need a liquid staking token. Stake-wise is optional, so you can actually save money. So if you don't have it, if you don't want it, you don't have to take it. So what's the point of having a liquid staking token if you can just get it instant in your wallet? You might as well just solo stake or not have, and then that frees up how many resources in a team to go and explore other avenues you can go down. That's my idea behind it.
Other questions?
How do you see the adoption of layer 1 with LSDs on layer 2s? Because there's a number of questions, canonical version of it, or what trust assumptions are we using when we cross those bridges, or is there even enough?
Are you talking about on Eigenlayer or moving to?
Moving layer 1 LSDs to layer 2s. You were mentioning gas fees, for example, could be like a kind of barrier to entry. So, do you see a lot of people migrating to layer 2s to get stake yield?
I think they could potentially. At the moment, you don't see a lot of it because there's some trust there to actually move those across. But if there's a good yield, a good use case, I think that could be. I almost certainly think it'll be something that will. So I definitely see it being something that will happen in a long time. All right, thanks, guys.
We have a
Kaç dakika ara? Kaç dakika? Kaç dakika ara? Yok. Çıkalım mı?
Çıkıyor mu? Çıkıyorum ben de.
Bakım moda veriyoruz. Pilav tavan olacak. 9 Eylül.
8
Pardon ben şimdi ne bak. 10 kısmı var.
%6'ya yaklaştık. 5.75. Ama şey olmuyor aynı.
Abi sen burada şimdi. Ne zaman başlıyorsun?
Small correction, the next stock is cancelled.
Yanlış sistem yok.
Next stock is at
1.39 artı.
Şu an gidiyor.
Hı?
Şu an ben de eksiyorum.
Ha? Sürekli yaptığım geriye bakıyorum.
Geriye basıyorum.
Ben bankadan bakıyorum ha.
1 saat ara.
1 mi?
12'ye kadar ara.
Adam küçük bir ara veriyoruz.
Sen bunları küçük.
Hani küçük koymuş yani bir şey diyemiyorum. İstersen şöyle bir şey yapalım abi. 1 saat ara ver. Şimdi ne yapalım biliyor musun abi? Şu pilleri yine çıkaralım. Hasan abi. Pilleri çıkaralım. Benim şeyin de pilini çıkarayım. Yine tak tak yapalım.
Hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey. Kameradan temizliyordu abi. Yayını anlatıyoruz değil mi şu an bu sete? Açın abi yayını. Set. Set. A. Geliyor mu şu an? Set. Set. A. Hey, hey, sound check.
Konuş bakayım.
Set. A. Hey, hey. Nasıl abi?
Nasıl abi?
Hey. Set. A. Hey. Hadi ben bunu. Otelin kartına vardım. Set. A.
Set. A. Hey, hey. Set. A. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Sound check probability 3. Abi geliyor mu ses? Senin o diğer arkadaş o gitti şey abi bakmaya. Bana konuş dedi mikrofon ara sıra. Se a se a Ama canlı yayın çok yavaş ya şu anda. Mert geliyor mu ses? Bu mu geliyor? Bak denedik geliyor abi. O bahsettiğimiz sabah kolun çatırdama gene geliyor. Benim ses geliyor. Hani ilk çat yapıyordu ya. Aynen öyle. Ne abi?
Bir, iki. Aynen. Ses. Yo geliyor bak. Bu. Ses deneme bir 2 3. Pazartesi, salı, çarşamba, perşembe. Abi bir yayın açsana. Evga'yı seçtim. Tabii. Se. Ses deneme bir 2 3. Muta açtım bak. Ses deneme bir 2 3 prova 2 3 pazartesi, salı, çarşamba, perşembe, cuma, pazartesi. Dışarıdan bak. Pazartesi, salı, çarşamba, pazartesi, salı, çarşamba, perşembe, cuma, cumartesi, pazar. Ses deneme bir 2 3 prova 1 2 3 4 5 prova 1 2 3 4 5 prova ses deneme 1 2 3 4 5 prova 1 2 3 4 pazartesi, salı, çarşamba. Tamam. Tamam. Yeter. Bıktım. Sıkıldım. Pazartesi, salı. Yeter artık. Gelsin pazartesi, salı, çarşamba, perşembe. Geliyor mu ses? Geliyor. Ses geliyor. Çok iyi. Çok güzel. Her şey harika. Pazartesi, salı, çarşamba. Pazartesi, salı, çarşamba. Perşembeyi unuttum şu an. Perşembe, cuma, cumartesi, pazar. Efendim? Neyi anlamadım. Masadan evet çok sorun varmış gibi. Anlaşılıyor. Pazartesi, salı, çarşamba, perşembe, cuma, cumartesi, pazar. Ses deneme prova 1 2 3 4 5 prova 1 2. Aklıma kelime dağarcığım bu kadardı benim. Okumuyorum bu kadar. Pazartesi, salı, çarşamba. Ses deneme 1 2 3 4 5 prova 1 2. Ses deneme 1 2 3 deneme 1 2 3 4 5. Ses prova 1 2 3 4 5 ses deneme 1 2 3 4 5 ses deneme 1 2 3 4 5 ses deneme 1 2 3 4 5. Ben anlamadım ama hala o niye böyle oldu? Yani başın niye böyle oldu?
Ya sürekli bir hengame oldu. Birisi bir kablo çöküyor. Ben o solana gidiyorum.
Yok.
Ben de solana gidiyorum derken.
Ya hayır aldık sesi. Cızırtı vardı. Hatırlıyorsun. Evet. Sonra onu bir azalttık gibi ama yine vardı. Solo denedik hiç olmadı. Ondan sonra hengame oldu evet. Evet o kriz yönetimi gerekiyor, şart. Pazartesi, salı ama şey yani baktığında sorun çözüldü mü ki mesela? Yani yok şeydeki, yok o setup'taki. Mesela o setup'ta yanlış bir şey de yok ki baktığında. Bak yine biz ne yaptık? Biz ses kartını iptal etmiş olduk. Rejiden almış olduk. Ses. Ha pardon. Evet. Tamam. Geliyor mu? Temiz mi? Basmam onlara işte. S A. S ses. Oldu mu? Tamam of. Şükür. Evet. Direkt kameradan mı çektik? Bana şey dedi, buna gireceğiz, bundan çıkacağız falan dedi.
Siktir et. Siktir et. Mantık arama. Şu an S A S A nasıl? Onda ses mi yok abi? Gidiyor. Yine ses geliyorsa okey. Gidiyor. S. S A hey. Hey hey hey hey S A hey. Tamam. Düşük mü geliyor? Nasıl geliyor? İyi mi? Setup'ı boz. Ses deneme 1 2 3 4. S, A, hey. Abi düğme atar mısın ona sana zahmet? S. S, A, hey hey. Abi bir de kürsüden konuşacağım şimdi. O nasıl geliyor onu da bakalım. Tamam. Sana gidelim abi. Yüksekte şu an zaten ama bir saniye. Tamam. Bir kürsüye bakar mısın abi? Kürsünün sesi nasıl?
Ses deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10.
Mehmet abi. Kürsünün sesi nasıl?
Ses nasıl şu anda? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ses.
Bir dakika abi. Abi biz... Grup 3. Abi bir dakika. Şu an nasıl geliyor? Sonuna kadar açık benden. Ay bak bu çok açık abi. Bütün her şey sonuna kadar açık. İyi mi şu anda bu? Tamam benden sonuna kadar açık abi. Ana master'ından da Aux'un master'ından da. Bu bozuk mu abi?
Evet, bunu takınca çalışmıyor.
Tamam. Evet. Nasıl abi? Tamam abi. Şu an nasıl? Tamam. Bir diğer mikrofonlardan da çıkış yapacağım. Bir saniye. Şu an abi gelmiyor değil mi? Mehmet abi. Şu an de a düşük mü geliyor? Şu an abi. Bir dakika abi tamam. Mikrofonu değiştirdim. Şu an nasıl? S A. Tamam. Tamam abi okey. Bu da düşük geliyor değil mi sana? Yok bu yüksek gelmesi lazım. Tamam. S A. Şu an düşük olmaması gerekiyor abi. Ama ben yakayı gain'ini çok açamam abi. Bu çok ötüyor. Tamam yani çok kurtarmayacak bir ses seviyesi değil de. Tamam. Ben teşekkür ederim. Şu an çözüldü değil mi abi bütün ihale? Se-
Thank you. So next up, we have Cyrix Wildhair, who is going to talk to us about squat staking with distributed validator technology.
GM, I'm 0x Wildhair. I'm here today to talk to you guys about Friends.fun and how it fits into the array of tools available to the Ethereum staking community. My first time speaking at an Ethereum event, I had elaborate plans of what to talk about. I was going to basically come up with an idea, a concept for what the ideal LST would look like. You know, it'd be decentralized and permissionless, capitally efficient, fungible. The perfect LST. Then I was going to go through and sort of compare some of the existing projects to that standard and where we sit there. It'd be like a basically like squad staking with an LST, but you know, we're all the squad, man. But this controversy with Lido sort of final nail in the coffin with that whole plan, because there's not really a it's not possible. There's too many different needs and too many different participants in the Ethereum ecosystem to do a one-size-fits-all. There's nothing that's going to be perfect for everybody. The capital allocators for staking protocols are owners of these services, and so the tendency naturally is allocators to give them the best reward. But as James, who spoke before me, was saying, you know, actually there's different ways to address that. The problem's not necessarily with the number of things you can do with a staking token, that there's different participant needs, different technical levels, there's different things that can be addressed. So if one solution, one LST isn't the answer for everyone, you know, what is the case? I would propose it's sort of what we're building as a community now.
Açık. Okay.
Sorry, thank you. So I propose it's what we're building in Ethereum now, with many different staking solutions to address all the different needs of different participants, different technical capabilities. As my girlfriend put it, many different flavors of the Kool-Aid drinkers. Lots of different niche solutions. LSTs, not everyone needs an LST. That's not the, you know, there's different ways to represent stake in a staking protocol. So I mentioned squad staking earlier. Just sort of quickly, I assume this audience are familiar with what that is. I'll just sort of speed run through it pretty quickly. But the first squad staking was either on Bankless or Daily Gwei. Not sure, but as soon as I heard it, I was like, that's exactly what we're building. You know, that's the perfect use case for our system. So, like I said, quickly, it's, well, first I gotta talk about DVT, Distributed Validator Technology. You create your validator, cryptographically split the signing keys into 4 parts, give it to 4 different operators online. Your blocks are proposed, your attestations are made. Take 3 of the 4 to collude to make a slashable offense. So you have some slashing protection, and there's a reputation game. So as your operators are ranked for uptime and effectiveness, and for example, if you signed a bad block for someone else, why would I pick you as an operator to sign my blocks, right? So squad staking, let's say we have 4 for 32, and then they're each an operator. So as long as 3 of the 4 are online and their machines are behaving properly, their validator runs normally. It also allows them as operators to start building their reputation. If they have, you know, good uptime and effectiveness, maybe someone else, a different validator or pool or whatever, will use them. They can start earning a nice little like side stream of income from that. There's some challenges with squad staking. The first is hardware. You have to stack and purchase hardware. Second is software. You have to run a consensus client, an execution client, MEV boost, DVT software. You have to keep all those things updated. There's a few solutions on the market that handle both of those problems. One is Avado, another is DAppNode. I know the Avado guys well. So one more time, but the other guys are good too. And then there's no MEV smoothing. That's sort of a downside of squad staking or solo staking. Hopefully there'll be some solutions coming to market on that before too long. And then finally, for squad, some level of trust required. You know, do all in person, then he distributes them to the group, or do you use a generic splitter contract? Another option. I'm glad you asked. Friends.fun. We are a ETH Global Hackathon project from Bogota. We're currently going through audits, and we are squad staking as a service. Basically a well-defined workflow to set up a squad staking validator. And we have some security guarantees baked in. So just to walk you through it quickly, squad members, one of the friends, goes to friends.fun and connects their wallet and creates a pool. They get a link to send to the rest of the squad. Once they this page, if they have an ENS set up, it'll show up there with the ENS avatar. They select the amount of ETH that they want to deposit into the pool, sign the transaction, and they get an NFT. This NFT represents their portion of the pool. It has the deposit amount shown on it. This allows them to claim their rewards whenever they want from the pool. It allows them to get their deposit back once the validator is exited. And it's transferable. So if you need to get out of your position quickly, you can sell it on the open market. Once the pool is full, to generate your validator keys, and then upload the deposit file that populates with the information that you need to stake to the beacon chain. At this point, the squad has a fee. The front end will direct you to select SSV operators. We've been working with SSV to develop. They've been great. Operators, ideally those would be the squad members or some of the squad members. Alternatively, you can just existing SSV or any operators you want. Also, if you want to kill, but also single point of failure, you can just run your own node. This is dashboard page. It has any pools they've created. It has their deposit NFTs. It has their total ETH deposited. That is not my balance, but I wish it was. And the amount claimable. Some things for future versions. One is Merkle tree list if you're worried about someone else trying to jump in on your pool between the time you created it and everyone else contribute. Prevent that. We also have an option to make the NFT non-transferable. The squad, the friends group would be sort of locked. But then in the unfortunate event, if there's a falling out amongst the squad, person can call rage quit. Once they do, that gives the rest of the squad members 1 week to buy them out of their position. And if they do not, then the NFT transferable, they can sell it on the open market. We've had some talk about having a pool chat with some maybe governance options if you want to change the art on the NFT for your pool, or add or remove operators. Those might be governance options that we make available. It's sort of what Friends.Fun is. Like I said, just perfect. As soon as I heard about squad staking, I was like, that's perfect application for what we're doing. But I started talking about an LST, and Friends.Fun does not have an LST. We've had some conversations about how that would work, how to incorporate one. One idea would be using the NFT as collateral to borrow the LST against. That has one interesting unlock would be if I have 16 ETH, I can get a flash 16 ETH, create the 32 ETH NFT, borrow if it's a 200% collateralization, borrow the 16 ETH worth of LST against that, swap for ETH, pay off the flash loan, and then I'm running a validator for half price. There's some challenges though. Things along the lines of how to make sure the person who is selecting operators, that the operators that they selected have good uptime and effectiveness. Probably the answer to those would be governance and allow lists, things like that make it much less palatable for us. So for right now, at least, the NFT is not on our roadmap. Diva does have some interesting solutions to those problems. So once they go live, we'll just see how that works. But yeah, for now, we're content to be a sort of a niche squad staking as a service protocol. Like I said, I think the solution to the problem of the centralization forces in the staking market is just lots of different solutions for lots of different participants and skill levels to bring as many people in as possible. So yeah, I want to encourage you to go to friends.fun, join our Discord, let us know what you think. Does anyone have any questions?
Is there and a squad can create private keys together, or do you have to trust one of them to kind of log on and upload? Like once the 32 ETH is in there, which of them can show up? Is it the one that contributed the most, or yeah, how does that key upload piece work?
Excellent question. It's currently whoever created the pool, or whoever creates the validator, and the person who creates the pool has the power to enter that information into the pool contract. In the future, we're working on making that more, more trustless, but we don't currently have a solution on that. Spon it.
So you mentioned that Rage Quit. More about that?
Yeah, it is essentially the transferable, so you could not sell them. But if, for example, I decide I need my position for whatever reason, if someone else in the squad, slept with my wife, then I could call Rage Quit. And then that starts a 1-week timer when I do that. And in that 1 week, and I can set the amount that I want for my NFT. I can set a discount, basically. So if my NFT is worth 5 ETH, for example, I can say, okay, I'll be bought out of my position for 4.8 ETH. And there's a 1-week timer. I can set it 5. I want my full 5 ETH. Gives 1 week for everyone else in the squad to buy that NFT. And then if they do not do that, then I can unlock it, and then I can sell it on OpenSea, or if OpenSea allows us to sell these NFTs, that's an open question too. Anyone else?
I also have a question. When mainnet?
Excellent question. We're currently going through audits. I don't want to commit to an amount of time that audits takes, but we're definitely talking about weeks, not months. Soon, TM.
Awesome. Let's thank Steve again. The next talk will be 1:05. Sorry.
Hey hey say. Ses deneme, ses kontrol. Hey hey hey hey hey hey. Ses deneme, ses kontrol, cihaz kontrol. Bunu müte alsana.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, good afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch. Next up, we have Thomas and Luke from Obol, who are going to teach us all everything about how to run your first distributed validator.
Hello, can you hear me properly? Cool. So nice to meet you, Thomas, Head of Operation at Obol Labs. And this is Luke, Platform Engineer also at Obol. So today we're going to teach you how to run distributed validators. So could I just get a show of hands here who is solo staking? Nice, nice, awesome. So I'll tailor the presentation then definitely for solo staking, as this seems to be the main audience. So distributed validators. Then Luke will do a quick demo on how to actually set it up using our Launchpad, and then we'll follow up with a few that we've been releasing recently. Okay. So what are distributed validators exactly? So why would you fly a plane, sorry, with only one engine? You wouldn't, right? You want some resilience. So distributed validators allow you to split your validators across different machines. So if one of your nodes goes down, you can still sit at this conference and enjoy instead of rushing back to your Airbnb and trying to fix it through SNF to propose a block. So as long as 2/3 of the nodes within your clusters are online, you'll be able to perform your duties, whether that's attestation, whether that's proposing, or even exiting the cluster. So a lot of the validators that are enterprise scale would use it and run the nodes within their cluster. But for you that are solo staking, a very interesting use case is actually what we call squad staking. That's a few of you teaming up and actually setting up a cluster so that you can rely on each other's uptime and skills, dating as a team. So in the end, DVs are really just multisig, but for validators. Will help with setting up distributed validators. We developed the most credibly neutral, composable, and Ethereum-aligned DV implementation. So as a pure middleware, as you can see from the slide, it's sitting right between the nodes. We are not changing anything to the setup of the node itself, so that means you can still run your Prism, your Lighthouse, and so we are not introducing any risk in terms of the existing clients. That means that you can also make your cluster highly flexible and pragmatic for adoption by just fitting in any existing clients you might already be running as part of just add the Charon middleware in your stack and get it to work within the cluster. Its lean and composable design also allows for very high performance and security, as the nodes are connected in direct mode from one another without having to broadcast messages through a wider gossip network. Finally, we are not storing or actually creating the key info anywhere at any time, so you're just relying on yourself for the key shares that will allow for the threshold signing. So you said you're a solo staker, so as I said, if your node goes down today, you are at risk of missing attestations, of missing. So by increasing the availability and effectiveness of your validators, once you team up, you can get that mind also in terms of maintenance overhead. That's peace of mind for you, but also peace of mind for actually liquid staking protocols that we're partnering with. So I'll talk a bit later about initiatives we have with EtherFi and that we have with Lido. But it's been quite difficult, as you know, for liquid staking protocols to actually onboard solo stakers due to the risk profile of the one on board. So DVT is actually reducing that barrier to entry to onboard many new solo stakers. So that's a very good avenue to go back to the roots and level the playing field for solo stakers back into being at a high scale on Ethereum. Finally, by also reducing the risk and the resilience of the cluster, you don't need such high bonding requirements than you may also have in other systems like Rocket Pool. So it's DVTs, I like to say, it's really just like a risk-reducing machine while increasing the of your validators. All right, so now Luke will walk you through how to actually set it up using Obol.
Hey everyone, you might have to forgive my voice. I've already had a bit of a conference that weekend, so hopefully I'll be able to get through this all right. So yeah, what we'll be going through so far is setting up your cluster configuration through our Launchpad. This will involve generating who you will be sending the money to through the withdrawal and fee recipient, and then also just make so that your wallet address or your Ethereum address is actually the one that created said cluster. Then we will go through the DKG process. So each operator will accept the conditions of your cluster and do a distributed key generation in order to create a set of values storing a full key in one location. And then I'll just go through an example of how to actually see that your cluster is live at the very end of that through our monitoring, where we provide dashboards in Grafana. Cool. So yeah, this is essentially our flow from the creator perspective. You have this process of going through all the advisors and what is actually involved in staking and in becoming a validator in the Ethereum network. The creator define all of the information for you. So you need to, obviously, like in this setup, trust that counterparty. You have like the cluster details, which are your name of your cluster, which can be freeform, any information, any ASCII. And then below that is where you decide how many operators you will have and how, like, their addresses. So you have like a handy button to say, use my address if the creator wants to be part of that cluster, but the creator doesn't have to be part of that cluster also. Here, ENS names. Oh, sorry, I'm doing something to the side there. You can type in either ENS names or just straight Ethereum addresses. And then afterwards, you generate what is called an ENR, which is essentially the operator's unique like ID for that cluster. And you also are able to pick here how many validators you want. You can run one, you can run thousands in one given cluster, depending on your capacity and your setup. To do that, you go to the withdrawal configuration stage, where you can either use just straight up addresses, or you can do something a bit more complicated with splitter contracts through our SDK, which we'll talk about a bit later on. So yeah, once all of these details are confirmed, you sign this cluster configuration, and it'll generate an invite link for the other members to use, which we'll see in a second. There's multiple signature requests here that don't charge you anything on chain. So yeah, now that you have an invite link, I'll just show you briefly from an operator's perspective what people see. So you can see already who's accepted and who you're waiting for. In the need to get started, read a similar set of advisories. Sorry, we have for the standard Ethereum validator and deposit setup, just understanding your group risk, that it's still alpha and now beta software, and yeah, that you need to be careful running it. This is where you see you want to trust and verify the addresses there, that you know who you're dealing with, and that you know where the withdrawals are actually going to. And you generate your own unique Ethereum name record in order to verify locally when you're doing the DKG process. So yeah, once you confirm all of those details, you'll get back to a operator status page where you will wait for the rest of the operators to complete this flow. Like the DKG part of this that comes afterwards, we provide in our documentation, like the commands will be running. You will need Docker installed pretty basically. We have, Karen is completely open source. You can build it and run it locally if you want to do that. So yeah, at this stage, what we give you is a link with the DKG command and some simple information about the cluster. We store the cluster definition in our API for ease, but if you again want to like fetch it from somewhere else, you can fully and then distribute it without using any of our services. So yeah, once the DKG, we wait for other peers to connect. In this situation, there's 4 peers, so 3 other peers that we're waiting for. They can relay. This relay, again, very configurable. You can run it yourself or use one of our public relays. We also have 4, I think, partners right now that are running public relays. So if you don't want to use our infrastructure, you can use someone else's. And it just, again, we're trying to take where in any situation, you will not have to use anything that's hosted or provided by us. So yeah, once all of the peers are connected, you have the DKG process starting, which can generate any number of keys. It will take slightly longer the more validated keys you have. And then it will push out a link that will lead back to our launchpad. That will be where you can see the current status of all of the validators in your cluster. So yeah, I go hopefully in a second, 0.5 speed. And I'll finish up with a cluster, all of the operators accepted, awaiting deposit. You can verify all of the information. One validator pending activation, can't claim any ETH yet, can't exit, and you will have output as part of that DKG, deposit data that's identical to any other Ethereum validator that you can either deposit pad or through the Ethereum Launchpad. So yeah, that's very briefly a demo of how to set up a cluster. You do that, you will have all of the configuration files needed. You run your normal ETH validator stack, you layer your validator, and you run Charon in the middle of that. And just to give an example of like a cluster fully up and running, what it looks like is this will be our status page or overview page that you can see if you download CDVN, our repository. We have these Charon overview Grafana dashboards in them. And you can see right now, simply for our live in December of last year, we're still running it. We have 3 other nodes connected. One that cam game node is actually mine, running on a DApp node. And you can see the active validators that we have right now and simple information that will help us with your cluster. So yeah, this is all publicly available online. You can look around our documentation, see if you can figure out how to run in the future, and yeah, hope you all give it a try. Thanks.
Cool, amazing. Thanks, Luke. So where do we go from here? So you've seen how to run a DV, which initiatives can you really take part on? So I'm going to share a few with you. So the first one is actually we're super excited to announce our mainnet. Announced that 2 days ago as Staking Summit, and that it will go live on the 1st of December. So what is part of mainnet open beta? So as Luke just showed, now the DV Launchpad is open for anyone, whatever your profile is, to run a DV, up to 1 validator at first. If you're interested in running more than 1 validator, just talk to us. The second thing that we're releasing with the open beta is our OBOL SDK. So today you saw how to create a cluster via the DV Launchpad, but you can also create and access cluster information through. So that opens the route for any protocol, like we're doing with Lido and EtherFi, for example, to integrate with us for pragmatic cluster creation, programmatic cluster creation. Finally, we're also splits. So validator rewards need to go somewhere. In the demo, you saw where they're going into one single address. But now they can also go to what we call the rewards will be split across the different operators as per the rules that you define into the OBOL splitter. So it's basically a set of open source smart contracts that also any other protocol may integrate with. Obviously, Charon is there, has always been, and is ready to be used. Okay, so a few opportunities, as I mentioned, for open beta. So you can go ahead, go on our test nets, spin up a cluster, or even on mainnet if you're feeling like you're ready. So we have also a key initiative with EtherFi called Operation Running Solo Staking Clusters as part of EtherFi, and they even provide you with the hardware to do so. So feel free to chat with them if you're interested in taking part in the EtherFi Solo Staker. Finally, we also just passed a proposal DVT, which is going to be the first live module, V2 module of Lido, including only DV. So I think we have about 30 solo stakers, which are going to be part of these clusters. And that's really the beauty of DVT. It allows protocols like Lido to actually reduce the trust they need in the individual running nodes, thanks to the more added resilience of these clusters. So we are onboarding the first wave of simple DVT at the moment, but if you'd also chat with the Lido team, and there will be further waves. Finally, if you're a developer, check our product, as I said, that you can also integrate with. Finally, I think quite critical for solo stakers, I'm not sure recognizing the talent of the individuals that have the skills to run solo staking, even if it has been becoming easier. Launching the OBOL Technique Credential, which is a badge showing the industry how much you know about DVs and that you're totally an OBOL cluster. So that means that protocols that might be onboarding solo stakers like EtherFi or Lido might be recognizing this badge for easier onboarding within their process. All right, I think solo staking and DVT can really make a very good partnership to really bring back solo staking to the roots of Ethereum and decentralization versus the liquid staking pool. So it's time to make squat staking a reality. Thank you, everyone.
So the part when you're sitting there waiting for the other party
non-committal at that point, right? You can still kind of just back away.
Yeah, you can hang around. You can leave the long-running command running until something happens. Yeah, could be a day, could be however long. But I think after a certain stage, you do want to cut your losses. Currently, that would involve creating a new cluster definition, so you would not be able to sub out the operator in place at that current stage.
Once a cluster is running, and let's say someone becomes unresponsive or is unable to keep running, what happens then?
So in that situation, you would probably have two routes that you could go down, depending on whether you were in like a less setup or with your counterparties that you know. You could either like just exit the validator, create a new cluster definition, and go through that process again from the beginning. Or there's a situation where you could take a quorum of members, recombine them, split them, and distribute out the actual configurations without having to do that manual configuration again. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's
Thanks.
thank the speakers. Next talk will be in 18 minutes.
Yeah, we ran through it. Yeah, 15.
Good afternoon. The name is Sébastien Ranou, and he'll tell us everything about real-time monitoring of our ETH validators.
Thanks. Hi. So yeah, my name is Sébastien. I work at Kirn, which is a provider of Ethereum validators. So we work with Lido, with Ledger as well, and others. And we'll be discussing a bit about how to monitor Ethereum validator at scale in real time. So yeah, first we'll discuss a bit about monitoring from the inside, then about monitoring from the outside using the blockchain. We'll then have a quick look about monitor, and maybe we'll have some time for questions at the end. So monitoring from the inside. So the idea about you are running an infrastructure of Ethereum and you have access to all the components from the inside. So you can directly measure different metrics such as like resources or also like, well, CPU, memory, volume, networks. It kind of like depends on your in Kubernetes. You will have maybe different sets of signals here. So yeah, I've listed here the typical components of Ethereum stack. So you have like execution nodes, which are used to produce blocks. You also have like consensus nodes, such as, well, validator clients, Web3 signer, MEV boost, and so on. And so the idea about monitoring from the inside is that you're going to get for free a lot of signals, so it's going to be a bit noisy, and making sense out of it is a bit tricky. But as you are getting a lot of information, it's very helpful to help debugging and deep diving into like very specialized cases that happen. Another disadvantage of monitoring from the inside is that if you are like working at scale, you probably want to increase client diversity. So you're probably going to run different types of execution nodes, consensus nodes, and so on. And those nodes are going to different metrics. So for instance, the definition of the last block seen by a beacon chain, like Teku, may be different than the one used by Prism. Aggregate those data together, they may not make sense. So this is where monitoring from the outside comes. And the idea about monitoring from the outside is that instead of looking at internal signals, you can directly look on chain what's going on. So you can look at the content of blocks and slots, try to extract information, and infer how your public keys are performing. So like this is just a small diagram of well, previously mentioned components of Ethereum stacks. But so yeah, you have on the left MEV boost, which is typically and it's connected to different relayers. You have a pair of beacon and execution node to which a client connects, and so the client which loads validation keys is going to subscribe to the beacon, which in turn will subscribe to the MEV boost to get new block proposals. And so if you have internal monitoring, you will have like basically your monitoring connected to all of those. And so outside monitoring, on the other hand, is like you introduce a monitoring tool and you connect it directly to the execution node and the beacon node, and now you are able to look at what's happening on the blockchain. So you actually don't want to connect it directly to the infrastructure you are using for validation keys. Let's say, I don't know, the beacon node is stalled or something, you won't be able to get information about new slots. So you want actually to have two separate stacks here. You want to have one stack for the validation path and one stack for the monitoring itself. So this is, what I just mentioned. So yeah, the idea is just to like run a separate stack for and then, so at Kin, we developed a tool called the Ethereum Validator Watcher. It's a small Python connect to execution nodes and beacon nodes. And you can configure it with a list of public keys, and then it's going to look for different signals. We are going to, yeah, it's open source. So like, if you want to give it a try, you like happy to, yeah, would be happy to. And so the tool can be configured either by giving it a list of public keys, or it can also directly connect it to a Web3 signer instance. And on Web3 signer, there is a small RPC call to get the the list of keys that are handled by Web3 signer. So that's basically it. So yeah, let's discuss a bit about the different signals you want to watch for. So the most obvious one is like proposing a block is in the lifetime of validator key, something quite rare. Like it happens once every 4 months on average, I think, these days. And whenever you propose it, it's going to like correspond to all of the execution reward you have for the 4 months. So you don't want to. Yeah, there can be multiple reasons for missing a block. There can be an issue that does not depend on your own infrastructure. And if you have like some issues with external relayers. And this is also where outside monitoring is quite interesting, because you will also catch issues that are outside of your infrastructure. So yeah, we expose like you also want to have a look at like missed attestations. So like this happens your validator has to propose a block. Has to sign an attestation every 6 minutes on average, and it's quite okay. Like if you operate at scale, you will often have a small tail of like missed attestation due to network hiccups or this sort of things. So this is quite a noisy signal to have it at scale, so that like let's say like if 70% of your infrastructure is missing attestations going on. So this signal is noisy, but can be useful when running at scale. Issues that are related to very specific key, double missed attestations, that is like missing 2 attestations in a row, is a bit more interesting. It can, like, for instance, happen if you misconfigure your validator, or if it's not loaded properly by the client. You will be able to alert on this. So basically, you have like 2 sorts of alerts on attestations by looking at single missed attestations, and per validator key by looking at double missed attestations. And missing attested a few issues, possible root causes here, but there are others. Another signal is, so on Ethereum, whenever a validator signs for an attestation, included in a slot, and there is something called the inclusion distance, which is like the distance between your attestations and when it's included on the higher the inclusion distance is, the lower the reward you are going to get. So it's also a signal you want to pour. So we also expose it here. And yeah, on like same as before, like this can happen because, I don't know, you probably like maybe you have like network issues with your beacon and it's not like propagating enough attestations. Or it can also be like a network event where sync aggregators or other actors of the network are not like getting your attestation in time. And so like this graph here is like happened when we had some finality issues a few months ago on the entire network. Another signal you want to watch for is untimely or bad source target head. So it's a bit similar to the previous one. You won't get the maximum theoretical number of like consensus layer rewards if you don't vote for the right source target or head. And so it's also a signal you want to monitor. And we are using like the way which was introduced I think a few months, like 6 months ago or something like this, on the Beacon RPC. And you can quite easily know how much you could have theoretically job versus how you're actually performing, and you can get an idea of your effectiveness, which is also the signal used by Beacon Chain, beaconsha.in. So that's another watch for is like if you are using MEV. So the way it works is like the beacon is going to ask, like whenever one of your validator key has to propose a block, the beacon is going to ask to the relayer, typically via MEV boost, to get a header. And if the relayer does not reply in time, then the beacon is going to fall back to build a block locally using your local execution node and the public pool. And so this signal here is like connecting to relays and checking if the block you just proposed is actually a block you build locally or using a relayer. So it can give you an idea if like or something like this. So another so it's not like a signal like that shows performance issues or whatever, but it's on the beacon chain, you can know 2 epochs in advance if one of your validators is going to propose a block. And it's quite an interesting metric because when you operate at scale, you have upgrades to perform, you boot validators and so on. So by looking in advance, if there is something that is going to be proposed in the next 2 blocks, next 2 epochs, you can decide or not to take this action. And it's quite like a simple way to increase, to decrease your chances to miss a block. So if you are a big node runner, you probably also have like automation in place to exit validators. So it's just a simple metric to look. And here's another one. So this screenshot is taken on Rollups, where we are. So all of the signals I mentioned before can be a bit noisy on some networks due to the scale or like external reasons in your responsibility. And so if you are looking, if you are seeing like high misses of attestations and rate with how the network is doing, to know if it's actually something that happens because you are badly operating or because it's like. And so we also have the ability to watch for all keys of the network in real time, export those metrics, and be able to compare them with the set of metrics that are just for our validators. So as I said, like we have like this Python script that exports metrics to Prometheus, and then you can we also have a dashboard, a Grafana dashboard, which is metrics in a nice way. So this is a bit old because it was like a few months ago, whereas the entry were much higher than they are today. But if they ever grew, if the number of active validators increases, suddenly we will be you can also track the entry queue and exit queue times here. And there's also some other information like the AUM you are managing, or whether or not you are slashed, which hopefully stays to 0. So yeah, as I said, it's like using Prometheus. So if you have alerting on top of it, you can force Prometheus alerts, and you can also directly connect it to a Slack channel, and it will output to you whenever something is going on your public keys, and you can also have some information from the log files. And yeah, some things we want to add soon. So we want to be able to have different labels per key. So the idea here is to say oh, this key is, I don't know, running on a specific region or data center with Prism or Lighthouse in this very specific version. And then the tool can export it as Prometheus labels. And then you can compare, I don't know, how this specific version of this new one, and it can help a lot with qualifying new releases or network hiccups of, I don't know, running in Brussels versus Ireland or this kind of stuff. So it's not a feature we have yet implemented, but we are working on it, and we think we'll have it soon. One is the ability to backfill alter data, that is to run the tool against past range on the beacon chain. I used to do it with Prometheus, but we think we can do it. And this would be helpful, for instance, for post-mortem analysis. You want to integrate a new signal and you want to see how it was performing at the time. Yeah, I think that's questions. So yeah, there is a link to the open source version of the Ethereum Validator Watcher, which was initially written by Manu there, but yeah, feel free to scan the QR code to get, and yeah, if you have questions, happy to take them.
Questions?
Hi, thanks for the presentation, really nice. You said you used the beacon endpoint that was introduced some months ago. How do you plan to do that with also low? I don't know if you have any plan already or something.
Sorry, so the question is how fast it is to query this data, or? Yeah,
because right now that endpoint I think is really fast with data from finalized to the head.
Yeah.
But I think with all the data it's not as fast. I don't know if.
For now, yeah, we are not so right now the tool is only running in real time, so it doesn't have to go in past ranges. So we'll have to figure out if we want to go in past data.
I was just trying to know if you had any plan for the backfill feature.
Yet, we have aggregators, not here, but internally, which are being written to. So just to look at the effective balance. No, sorry. As the active balance, you can like kind of like get an idea of the performances by taking snapshots of like your active balance at the end of the day, from beginning of the day, do the subtraction and some. But it's not going to give you fine-grained signals. So yeah, I guess we'll have to find a way to make it fast if it's too slow. Like, do you have an idea of the order of magnitude? Like, is it like 10x slower or?
Experience using these endpoints, and it's a bit experimental, as you said, yet. So I also have some issue feeling.
Are you using Lighthouse or Prism?
Correct.
Okay. Lighthouse.
Maybe we can discuss it now in like petit comité.
Yeah, let's do that.
Thanks a lot for the answer.
Other questions? No? Okay. Let's thank the speaker again and see each other in about 10 minutes for the next talk.
Thanks.
Hello. Next up, we have Mami Ratsimbazafi, who is going to talk about how restaking improves based rollup user experience.
Hi everyone, I'm Mami Ratsimbazafi. I'm the ZK engineering lead at Taiko. And Taiko is a based boosted rollup. Internally, we call that BBR or BRR. Okay, so what's the agenda today? First of all, we'll start with the challenges of scaling Ethereum. I'll talk then about based rollups and based L1 validators. Few people have heard about based rollups yet. It's a blog post on ETH research by Justin Drake, and it's about how we can skip and have L1 validators directly participate in L2 and also accumulate from the value created on L2. Then I'll go over a refresher about restaking, so topic, and will be a big topic at Devconnect, so just a quick refresher. And I'll go over combining both based rollups and restaking to have a super powered rollup that provides all the UX sequencer and the decentralization as well. Okay, so challenge Ethereum. I guess everyone knows about the blockchain trilemma. It's there to remind. It's about you cannot combine theoretically, secure, decentralized, or scalable. Well, it's not really theoretically. It's more that it's very, very hard. And so far, in between secure and decentralized, and the consequence was it's slow, 12 TPS, maybe 16 TPS with some improvement. And 2020 or 2020, there was this rollup-centric roadmap through rollup. The issue is that issue of rollup decentralization. There are two things that needs to be decentralized for rollup. Number one is what's called data availability. Data availability is to allow anyone to reconstruct the transactions that allowed a rollup to attain a certain state. This will be solved after EIP 4844, which is the next hard fork, Cancun and Deneb, one on the side and the other on the consensus side. The last one is ordering of transactions. I assume you heard about MEV, the important component of decentralization, and we have a couple of design so far. At first, centralized sequencers. Now, the teams doing centralized sequencers are adding a escape hatch to force transactions on L1, even if the centralized sequencer is simple. And we had a couple of failures over the years. And the last one is decentralized sequencers, things that teams like Espresso or Astria are researching. The other part of the impact that scalability has, if you want to scale, is thinking about liveness. So what makes your network resilient? How many validators do you have? Currently on the consensus chain, the Beacon chain, you have almost 900,000 validators. Any rollups that launch right now, I don't think they can reach almost 900,000 fast enough. And the thing is, with staking, there is so much value to get from staking. Can layer 2 also reach that point? The other thing is economic security. So if you do a sequencer, centralized, decentralized, at one point you likely want to token. But this is a loss because you have less economic security in Ethereum. So how do you fix that? You use something called rollups. Best rollups. So there is, it comes from a research post from Justin Drake from the Ethereum Foundation. He called that superpowers from L1 sequencing. I'll highlight the definition. A rollup is said to be based or L1 sequenced when its sequencing is driven by the base L1. So L1 validators, the Ethereum consensus. More concretely, a base rollup is one where the next L1 proposer may, in collaboration with L1 searchers and builders, permissionlessly include the next rollup block, one block. What does it mean? It means no sequencer. This has been also described by blog posts. If you, it's called Rollup, and you can search for total anarchy. Anyone can propose at any time. Full decentralization. So, what are those superpowers that Justin Drake mentions? First one, decentralization, as decentralized as L1 validators. No sequencers, no escape hatch, no single point of failures. You need, if you want to stop the rollup, you need to stop 900 validators. Liveness, as live as the Ethereum Beacon chain, and you have a lot of people at the previous talk during the L1 validator set. You don't have to redo any of this infrastructure for rollups. Another point is credible neutrality. You have no doubt about decentralization. I know, I've been saying decentralization, I think 10 times in the past 10 seconds. No censoring power, and you know that compared to a centralized rollup, we, like Tyco, for example, but any other this base rollup, it's in the MEV is accumulated by the L1 validators. But in a walled garden, so you can still create a custom sequenced app, for example, an order book for DEX. And finally, it's the most Ethereum aligned. You get all the three parts, security, decentralization, and scalability. Let's focus a bit on the economics of a base rollup. So in terms of MEV, you have three kinds. One is the congestion fees, so what's burned in EIP was on L2, and currently on Ethereum, this is like 80% of the fees goes to MEV. Sorry, P1559 fees. Then you have two types of MEV. One is the toxic MEV, the sandwich attacks. This is like half-half with arbitrage when you have a difference between Oracle price between ETH and USDC, for example. Front-running MEV, I think in the long term, it's going down. Why? Because you have people doing Uniswap X. You have encrypted transaction pools. For the end user, removing the toxic MEV is really, really important. So there is a trade-off. When you do a base rollup, you accumulate less fees, but still you keep the congestion. Ask me, but what's the point of a rollup if it's congested? Well, we hope that the more, so there is this paradox that says if you build a road soon with the new capacity, people, it will be congested again. Hopefully we can continue building because a rollup is way less expensive to deploy and to scale compared to new roads. And I already mentioned that the economic security depends on ETH and not on the rollup token. You have a lot more info on ETH research, and we did with Justin Drake, Espresso, that are doing a decentralized sequencer, Flashbots, Nevermind, a Twitter space in October that you can check out. It's on YouTube to know more about base rollups. So, gives you everything. Shut up and take my money. Actually, it doesn't give you everything, but I mentioned restaking first. So restaking, a very short refresher. It allows L1 stakers to reuse their stake. So either node runners can the withdrawal address to a smart contract. For example, EigenLayer uses EigenPod. or you can liquid staking tokens like Lido or Rocket Pool or Coinbase stake token for restaking for a base rollup. How? So with restaking, you have additional rules, slashing conditions, but you get, in exchange, additional rewards. What do you secure for base rollup? So the idea is to combine both restaking and base rollup to give you all of what a centralized sequencer can do. One of the main issues with base rollup is that, and decentralized sequencer, is that you cannot guarantee when transactions will be into the L1 block. So when is my transactions? People want to know your transactions will come in 12 seconds. Will come, maybe, oh, it's delayed, the gas price went up, it will come in a minute, more. So the last weapon in the base rollup arsenal is called base pre-confirmation. And basically, you have L1 proposer commit to include a transaction in a block, and they use that by, they commit to that with their restaked if. And if they don't include the block, maybe because they went offline, they are slashed. Otherwise, they get rewarded. The base rollup cannot display an ETA, just like centralized sequencer that have full control over the ordering. Now, what's next? I think most of you could know MEV Boost from Flashbot, which is an implementation of proposer builder separation. Well, with base rollups and restaking, we can do a pre-conf boost, a pre-confirmation market, so that validators compete for providing pre-confirmation for all the transactions on the layer 2, which will be, I guess, a key innovation for some of the DeFi things. The other thing is SSLE, Secret Share Leader Election, so that you have privacy for proposer, but also for pre-confirmers. And in terms of MEV, I also mentioned front-running toxic MEV is going down anyway. So base rollup will be really Ethereum without giving up too much of economics. And that's it. If you have questions, feel free to ask.
Questions? Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker is in 10 minutes. Next up, we have Ice Beer, the founder of Geode Finance, is that we can build way more than just protocols.
Hello. So I'm not going to be talking a lot. My point is very clear that I don't like a protocol-based development on top of blockchains so far. I find them kind of insecure, and I think we can build something very much secure than that. Right now, DeFi is in glorious days. Like not right now, it's in bear season, but bull was pretty strong. A lot of money pouring into DeFi, and we are seeing a lot of hacks. And these hacks are just audited protocols or anything. Audited protocols can be hacked, or other forked protocols who are relying on the top of the code infrastructure of other protocols can be hacked as well. So how we can solve the hacking dilemma? So you cannot build you cannot rely on centralized code because it's safer, because then we are losing the glorious part of being permissionless. Anyone can build on top of DeFi, on top of Ethereum, other chains, and instance of protocols. So what are the causes of these problems? First of all, we have built products that are too complicated for humans to read. Not just assume what the smart contract does, even though it's verified on Etherscan, right? It can be some ways to even trick Etherscan. You cannot make sure of what's the function's name, to be honest, that's even something. So we have built overly complicated protocols that makes things hard to verify. So you cannot just assume what is the functionality of the program, what's the functionality of the smart contract. It's hard to maintain. There are a couple of tools that are making things easier for us, but there are also a lot of missing parts in the development cycle. And it's hard to integrate. You can integrate with Uniswap, but you cannot integrate with Uniforks, because even though there are some standards on what the exchange means in terms of Uniswap, whatever, it doesn't mean the same thing in, for example, Banker or other exchanges. So we can actually build something still permissionless, something that is not much complicated, and something will secure Ethereum in the on-chain level. And final thing, the current state of DeFi, it is imperative. So it's not declarative. You don't assume, you cannot understand what it's doing. The documentation, you gotta make sure by reading the bytecode or smart contracts if it's open sourced, and it's even read the smart contracts, understand them, evaluate them, audit them, and it's kinda very easy to miss bugs and very easy, clear points. So how we can fix them? So I'm gonna show one example on what is the problem and one that we all see every day. So this is, who knows what is this? Do you remember this screen? Do you know what is this? No? So this is opens up this wizard. You can deploy ERC 721.1155 ERC20 as well, a token, and you can actually customize it, which is very good, because you might want these little new flashy features in your ERC20, but when this happens too. So anyone can create an ERC20, and anyone can try to scam you on Etherscan as well. There's no way to make sure that all of these ERC20s are implemented correctly or forked correctly from the OpenZeppelin's website, even though there's a website for it. You can just change this smart contract and try to hack other people. So we are at this point, per one, it's a permissionless. Anyone can deploy a smart contract on Ethereum, but it is very complicated. That have no clue on how to implement smart contracts shouldn't probably deploying them. Okay. And this is the other part of the problem. We are just forking a lot of protocols. Over 500 times compound forked, over 100 times and almost same as well. So there's a lot of forked protocols. There's a lot of money that is bound to the same code without being bound to the same smart contract infrastructure. So even Uniswap being hacked, they cannot stop the other smart contracts who are using Uniswap forked version. So you have one chance. You can either use Uniswap or there is really no interest in using a Uniswap fork because if it's hacked, then it's much more hard to overcome its burden on Uniswap. And that happens. So there is a protocol on Avalanche called Stars Arena, which is a forked version of Frantech. It got hacked, but Frantech did because even though it seems like it is the fork of Frantech, Stars Arena actually wasn't. They changed the code, so they made it vulnerable. And there's no way to check for an everyday user. There's no way to check if Stars Arena is truly as secure as the fork it got from Frantech. And to be honest, it's a nightmare. I wouldn't want to be in the war room trying to fix this stuff. It's really hard because it's really not that maintainable to work with any forks, and it's not that as secure as well. So the idea is how we can define declarative, how we can say, hey, here is a code, and we know what it's doing. We don't need to check, but it's not the same as ERC20. You cannot use all the ERC20s. Some can trick you to stealing other ERC20s in your wallet, or some protocols can try to use ERC20s to trick their users and steal their money as well. So you cannot use all the ERC20s, but if we could make ERC20 declarative, if we could say this token transfers magic internet money around, and this is how you do it, then it would be declarative. We wouldn't need to check the bytecode for every ERC20, and we wouldn't need to check these declarative standards. So yeah, I think there are a lot of useful stuff that we can make use of in Ethereum, because it's a settlement layer. You can settle your declarative sentences as smart contracts and then reuse them. You can just say, here is ERC, what it's doing, and you don't need to change it, just fork it and have a verifiable fork of ERC20. So this seems like which is very narrow scoped research area in infrastructures part of smart contracts. So you can have verifiable forks. What's the usefulness in that? How important it is that it is declarative? So this is what comes down to. You can think of it like Open Zeppelin, but on chain. You can check the boxes. You can say, I want my ERC20 to have voting mechanism. I want my ERC20 to have I don't know, rebalancing, because its value changed over time. But rather than implementing that functionalities in your ERC20, you can just use Open Zeppelin's ERC20. But as a user, I'm not sure that you use Open Zeppelin's ERC20 in a correct way and you didn't change anything. So because of that, we have been working on on-chain standards, which means that you can deploy a package distributor, and that package distributor can maintain the versions, different versions of, Open Zeppelin just announced their version 5, for example. They can ERC20 standard to version 5, and the end user, I'm going to show this part, end user can deploy. It's hard to read it, but it says deploy here. So end user can deploy an ERC20, and with just one click and some modifications that is handled by the infrastructure party, you can have your own instance that is verifiable as ERC20, that is 100% safe to use because it's approved by Open Zeppelin. So this is one thing. It creates a standard. So instead of, for example, in this example, let's go back there. Example, if we knew what are the correct ERC20 version provided by OpenZeppelin, if we keep track of the correctly implemented ERC20s in just one smart contract, which is package distributor. We don't need to see these because these are created by other people, or this is not really well fit for ERC20 standards because it allows other people to send money to you. So this is not actually an ERC20, it just acts like ERC20, and there's no way to verify it other than having that we have an ERC20 model and we can verify it because it's provided by an infrastructure provider, Zeppelin on-chain verifiable. So it's that easy. We can remove all these transactions and it would just three, four real transactions in this 21 transaction list, which is a lot for everyday user. You wouldn't find your own address. These are all phishing addresses, so we can just remove those by having an on-chain ERC20 standard. So let's continue. Yeah, so it's now safe to assume. So this is safe to assume, which kind of contradicts with do your own research. One of the most said sentences in DeFi. You don't need to do your own research deployed by OpenZeppelin, just used by the end user and deployed by the developer who did nothing rather than just simply using the wizard. Yeah. So that's it. Basically, one other thing is that how you would make sure that you can update ERC20 standards, for example. There are a lot of different standards. I think EIPs, there are a lot of 5,000, like maybe more than 5,000 EIPs, I guess, and we could have it's too late for ERC20 because it's well distributed. A lot of people are using ERC20, and it's not really good for the chain itself to have on-chain standards because you are enforcing them or you are just ignoring the other parts, which disturbs its permissionlessness. But other than that, it makes things a lot safer, and I have something to say about that. So I think Ethereum is very important for developers, to anyone to be able to implement anything that makes sense to have on-chain. But I also think it's very important for end user to not actually know the blockchain is being used. So you can just use blockchain to have transferable or verifiable asset or information on-chain, but you don't need to have the whole permissionless skill because you can just use on-chain verifiable standards instead of using not verifiable OpenZeppelin ERC20. So that's it. So there is one little update, limits upgradable proxy standard. So this is one thing that we have been implementing our infrastructure. So Geot Finance, which I am the co-founder of, we have built a staking infrastructure building verifiable standards. We have built our customizable staking standard, and then we have built staking pools. And in the meantime, we have found something called limits upgradable proxy standard, which means basically in any upgradability standard, you can just upgrade it if you are the owner, or you can, and it might become unupgradable. But with limits upgradable proxy, let's say you have been using OpenERC20. I know I used the ERC20 example a lot, but I think it's very useful in that context. You can just update your ERC20 without actually disturbing its functionality. So you can say there's a new version on OpenZeppelin, and I want to use that because it's safer, there's more functionalities, and you can just upgrade it, just calling one function by just one click, and you would have the new version. So, yeah, so basically on-chain standards provide us very many to verify which standards are being used. This is kind of different than other on-chains try to introduce an interface to the smart contracts. Instead of doing that, verifiable, centralized smart contract infrastructure that is publishing the code and other parties utilizing it. So yeah, in that way we can have much more useful standards. And I'm going to 2 examples, maybe 4, and then let's discuss some concerns about this. So some existing examples. Everyone knows that in Uniswap, you have permissions. You can just exchange 2 tokens, but you can also deploy one of these staking pools. Sorry, one of these exchange pools. So you can deploy one liquidity pool for your own token, and in the meantime, you're actually declaring that narrative. I'm using Uniswap pricing algorithm for my token. So like every Uniswap pool, because they are all using the same algorithm, its bytecode, its code will be the same. Example of on-chain standard, it creates liquidity standards across all the liquidity pools. You can just fork one of them without actually forking, and you can verify that you are using Uniswap. But it actually misses points. It's not upgradable. They're introducing different versions. But if you had an on-chain standard, Genesis Safe. So Genesis Safe is a multi-sig platform, which means we can create a wallet which is maintained by 4 people, and it would be much more secure because let's say we are 4 friends, 3 of them needed for the signature, and that would be. This is very useful, but still there are some stuff to improve. Even so you are not able to just release one version and get rid of it. You can improve it by having this little check, and which means you are using the latest version. In Genesis check, if it's Genesis Safe, I can just check its code verifiable on-chain standard by Genesis for multi-sigs. So it's that easy. You can have a liquidity pool standard. You can have a multi-sig standard, but those are stored in on-chain proxies. Then everybody can use them, utilize them, and it would be actually much more permissionless while keeping the safety in constraints. Some suggestion, very easy suggestion would be utilizing ERC20 as an on-chain standard and just making sure that everybody is fulfilling the standard requirements. You can distribute more like different standards too. You can say ERC20 DAO standard, ERC20 rebasing standard. So there can be multiple standards, but we can just eliminate other smart contracts that do not verifiably following these standards. It's hard, like it's kind of late for ERC20, but we can have a DAO standard which is actually being provided by other protocols like useful tool. You can actually verify if you have an Aragon DAO that is deployed by utilizing the Aragon's infrastructure. So it's actually useful, which could be a suggestion, could be the existing. I'm not sure about that, but that can be something that is very important DAO development. And finally, we are suggesting on-chain staking pool standards, which means we will be developing a staking pool and we will be putting it on-chain, but we will not use it. We will just distribute it, upgrade it, maintain it, and basically just distribute the software, which is the smart contract infrastructure, on-chain instead of just publishing it on GitHub. And you will be able to verifiably upgrade your security modules without disrupting the functionality of your infrastructure as the end user. So I think that's it. Yeah, I just want to talk about the concerns. So one concern is that if everybody is using the same code and if there's a bug in that, it makes things much complicated for the settlement layer because we have seen a hard fork after the DAO exploits. Much more likely if we convert all ERC20s to rely on the same ERC20 code, a lot of tail risk to the settlement layer. So it's really, really important to make sure that your developer experience is allowed, so your modules are secure, and you have modules which you can actually get audited. So ERC20 is being audited all the time, which is not the dream for the auditors, I know that, but we can just instance and then get rid of the whole auditing process. But if we more, we can just keep auditing the same code, which would make things a lot more safer. But like I said, in the worst case, it would expose the settlement. I cannot stress this enough. It would expose the settlement layer to an enormous tail risk, like having a monopoly on staking pools, something like that. It would be level of tail risk. Yeah, so it would be nuclear if it got hacked, basically. Yeah, I think that's it. So basically, I've talked about the on-chain standards, which is a new, fresh look to the Ethereum improvement proposals. So instead of having a GitHub repository, why don't we have improvement proposals on chain and them verifiable? That's the whole point. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Questions? I have a question. So you mentioned staking pools. So can you go a little bit deeper there?
Yeah, so right now, you know, there are some staking pools which are just relying on one asset. So you can have Ether means STETH, for example, or RETH in Rocket Pool's case. What we are is we are taking the staking pools and exhaustively implemented all functionality, which basically says you can build anything with any different functionality which is around, like for example, yield redistribution. You can say instead of my yield that I keep on my token goes to this address, I want to use a Yorn vault, for example. So we have all this functionality implemented in a library, and we are releasing that library. We are releasing the staking library very soon. So by using this staking library, you can your own staking pool, which is like creating your own liquidity pool on Uniswap. By using Geode Finance, you can use staking pool. And that staking pool can be like Lido. It just means use some tokens. And it can be like Rocket Pool, for example. You can have node operator, so networks. The idea is that if anyone can have the ability to stake with third party by utilizing an on-chain standard, then we don't need to have these monopolies of staking pools. So that's the idea. You can create your own staking pool and just start by a delegation. You can use a third party. So you don't need to use Lido or other third parties that are intermediaries between stakers and node operators.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions? No? Then let's thank Iceberg again. So see you after 5 minutes. your screen is extended.
Bear with me for 1 sec, guys.
Yeah. Okay, let's welcome the next speaker. Going to talk about censorship resistance.
Hello, everyone. Sorry for being a few minutes late. Quick Kaido. I'm the protocol researcher at EigenLayer. Before that, I did a lot of research at Stanford under decentralized scientific funding mechanisms. Today, I'm going to be talking about censorship resistance before EPBS. Let's see where the slides are. Okay. So first, a quick disclaimer. Everything I talk here will be purely my own opinion. And I hope, at the end of the talk, you learn something new and engage in some new conversations with me. Today, I will basically cover a few topics. I don't think I'm going to be able to cover all of them, so I'm going to speed through some of them. And I'll make slides available online as well. And so you have you have time to read over the slides yourself at the end as well. What the world currently feel like. There's some concrete descriptive analysis you can do, but to me personally, what does it feel? The data. The second is, okay, given how I feel like there's probably going to be something not great, spoiler alert, but how can we do better given those things that are not great? And lastly is basically a new proposed design on how can we do better with that, with those different things. The thought process, how we got to there, what's the actual implementation of this protocol, and lastly, what does the future entail? All right. First, what does the current MEV world feel like? Let's see a show of hand. How many people are familiar with this diagram? If one here is very familiar with MEV-Boost. This is still on the MEV-Boost GitHub repos README. Talks about how MEV-Boost works. And, abstract that, it's basically going to be the following diagram. The relay serves as a proxy, a trusted intermediary party between the builder and proposer, and the proposer at the end proposed to the Ethereum network. Right, this is pretty much a very, very good mental model for a long time about MEV-Boost. However, something happened in April this year, and this is the guy. Anyone familiar with the low carb crusader here? All right, only one guy. So basically a person, this malicious actor who wants to be called the low carb crusader, exploited a few sandwich bots. And that's why, it's low carb sandwich bot, haha. And the attack basically have spun up a bunch of different fixes to try to fix. And I'm not gonna go too in-depth into these, but these mainly evolve around timing attacks. So the fix basically was later theorized by Mike from the Ethereum Foundation around equivocation attacks in MEV-Boost. And theory and also implementation through PR, we have the following MEV-Boost reality. On the left, still have the builder talking to the proposer through the relay. But now, instead of the proposer proposing directly to the relay actually does the entire proposing and block propagation. And why is that? Because of the previous requirement we need to hit on these hacks. And the proposer basically serves as a symbolic front to still pass something to the network after the block has been already made by the relay. And this reality of MEV-Boost has become the reality of Ethereum because 95, 93% of all validators run MEV-Boost. When I talk to people about this, like, hey, the proposers are no longer talking to the Ethereum network, what do you think about it? The general two camps I hear back. The first camp is, I think Ben Fish here captured it really well. I'm just going to read it. This is perfectly fine desire from a certain point of view. Decentralization gives you myopic proposers. Upon random election, they passively sign off on the most valuable block the competitive builder market can produce in that instance. The proposer's role is critical in preserving that competition. So a very eloquent way of describing, how the proposer and the builder interact, even though the relay does the proposing, it's competitive, that's okay. And this is probably the most camp I feel when I talk to proposers about how they feel. I know this might be not the right crowd for this meme, but there's a Cardi B, so don't listen to it with your kids. But basically their feeling is, I don't see about what's going on in the block, but let me tell you how I get this fee, right? How I get this fee is from the MEV-Boost relay design. So these are the, see one guy laughing, thank you. I spent a lot of time thinking about this meme. But on a serious note, right, we have a lot of responsibility on the relay. So if we examine what does it take to become a relay, right? When with great responsibility, great power, right? All these different memes, we think about, okay, let's analyze the relay from a first principle perspective. So first on the incentive part. So what do you relay? There are two major points. Number one, you become a better builder. Once again, I'm not gonna go too deep into that. Take my words for block propagation. You can become a better builder, better searcher, et cetera, et cetera. The second one is public goods, right? We have the ultrasound relay, Justin, I love Justin, right? You provide a very neutral good to the Ethereum network because relay is really important. However, the cost is non-negligible, right, to running a relay. The first one is just operation. Right? There's a very sophisticated hardware involved. You need to run many different centralized servers or bare metal. The general consensus on operator cost is about $20,000 just on maintaining the hardware. The human capital cost varies a lot. Say it's 500K, but it's a very non-minimal cost, incurred on any individual entity. So you can summarize that, the current relay are basically extensions of builders, right? They have a clear, and public goods advocates, right? Because they really care about the public goods of the Ethereum network. Check time, perfect. Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, so spoiler, one potential future that we might see is because the financial incentive for running a relay is really tied to a builder, vertical integration can definitely happen. So, instead of to a relay, then talking to a builder, the proposer directly talk to a builder, and then you talk to the Ethereum network. And this here is actually because the builders are censoring. This is a recent diagram from Justin Drake where he mapped out who are the current builders, what's their 7-day dominance on the right-hand side, and then in the middle is their, and to summarize, 70+% of all builders right now censor. This is another great thread by Win. I also strongly recommend you guys to take a look. It's called the searcher-builder.pics. So it describes the relationships and who are the builders. And you can see clearly what kind of censoring could be happening in the entire mempool or mound. But still, right, we still have this number that's, 70%, which is like, yeah, it's bad, but let's not too worry about it. And there's two reasons why we should worry about this. Number one is block dominance doesn't mean as much as bulk builder profit. So if we look on the left side of all the builders who are censoring, and we look on the right on their past 7-day profit, 90% of all profits goes to censoring builders. Why would that be a problem? The more profit you have, the better equipment you're going to, ability you're going to capture profit, and also you could also potentially be very good at building or integrating your own. The other one is, inside the circle, we have the graph on the left, which is builders each build like 20-some% block, and the reason is because a lot of rumor here going on, but I think because self-limiting, they do not self-limit. And I would say by talking with a lot of builders and searchers, the general consensus is if the two top builders who are both censoring, they can build about 95 to 90% of all Ethereum blocks, right? And why are they really powerful? Because DEX arbitrages, because they have inventory, a lot of different reasons. But if they want, they can very much do that. And the reason they don't want is the exact reason is they don't want to be really out there. Now, the last part I want to mention, why, builder taking this relay position is bad is because relay is not going to be a role that, we think is going to be totally gone after EPBS, right? In like 5 years, 10 years. There's still features that the relay provides that are really, really valuable. So, right, all in MEV boost in the near future is this. This is not great because builders censor. They're really centralized entities. It hurts the actual protocol and the mimetic value of Ethereum. How can we do better? One simple way that we thought about is, okay, you know what? This entire thing is really dependent on doing the proposing, right? What if the relay doesn't do the proposing anymore? What if we restore to our original mental model of what MEV boost proposer does the proposing? I think that already exists. There's a lot of EPBS designs where we're trying to tackle that. It's two slot plus inclusion list, and also we can do out of protocol, Pepsi boost designs by Bernabe. However, these solutions are a lot more long-term in the future. If you think of where EPBS is, it's going to be somewhere down in the future. You have MEV boost currently, maybe like optimistic relay in the short time, but there's still a big gap between how we get there, right? What does a Ethereum be like before we hit EPBS, before the proposer restores his proposing power and propose back to the Ethereum? And the other question we want to sort of tackle here is, is there any way we can do in the middle without changing the core protocol, right? ePBS is changing core protocol. It's very slow, it's very long, it's very lengthy. So how can we do anything in between that step? And that's where the motivation behind the talk. I know it's a very long motivation, but I think it's really important to lay the ground to how we do this design. Because I think once I discuss the question after I talk about the design, it's gonna be like why I designed it in X, Y, and Z. And the reason we designed it in X, Y, and Z is because we're not satisfied these goals. Recap, let the proposer propose. Censorship resistance is important, and we want to do before touching the core protocol. All right, let's talk about MEV Boost Plus. So MEV Boost Plus come from where currently the proposer faces a binary choice where you sell all your blocks or sell all your proposing power for 0 of your blocks, and you maintain all your proposing power, right? Is there a way where you can mean? It doesn't mean you sell all your block and retain all the proposing power, but it means making that binary choice into a spectrum, right? I want to sell 30%, I want to sell 50%, right? You get more expressivity for the builder, for the proposers. So it looks like on the top side, you have like a partial block route where you basically say, hey, build the block. And then on the bottom side, you're like, hey, I still, taking in the full block so I can check between the delta if I'm losing by doing this kind of design. And lastly, I consolidate between them two, I choose which one I'm gonna do, and I propose the block. So this is a very, simple, naive way that we try to aim to do the protocol. We can do this, but things that MEV Boost was trying to alleviate makes this really, really hard without adding new trust assumptions. Okay, this is not possible, or this is possible. We took the this is possible route, and we went back and examined why MEV Boost even worked. And we use a specific data structure. It's called signed blinded beacon block. How many of people here have heard of this? This is perfect. All right, only a few. So the beauty of this is in my very limited knowledge, I think it's the only time that we change anything around the core client for an out of protocol need. Right, we added this thing so MEV Boost could work. And what this thing enables is for the consensus layer, consensus validator to sign builded block, right? So whenever we have this, that means you cannot have any proposing power because you're blind signing something. So right, did you get a fee? Yes. What did it cost? It cost me everything, all of my proposing power. So how can we do this, right? In order for the proposer to restore any of his proposing power to be on the spec, we cannot use this feature. And whenever we can't use this feature, we have to work around the to enable this feature, right? On the left side is a meme. The users we keep talking about, we shouldn't. The proposer all it does right now is just blind signing. So here's a note that part you can think of it as still the traditional MEV Boost. So you have two lanes at the same time that the proposer is taking in. Partial block, full block, do some comparison between the two. I choose which one I want to use at the end. I'm going to skip this part. I'm going to talk about is it done now. So you can think about the bottom part of the MEV Boost design is going to be secured by latency, right? That's how it's done currently. On the top part is going to be secured by economic security. Remove the dependency on relay. All right, so now we talk about the implementation. I think I'm gonna have just enough time to go over everything. So first, I'm enrolling. So there's 3 steps for MEV Boost. Give me 1 sec, sorry. There are 3 steps to MEV Boost: the enrolling, the proposing, and enrolling is what you need to do as a proposer to be part of the protocol. Proposing is basically what people used to call normal. What would it look like? Lastly, slashing is basically if things go wrong, what would happen? All right, quick primer on what eigenlayer is. How many in the audience already know what eigenlayer is or have heard of it? Okay, very rough idea. So this is I think, a great model for anyone who maybe have heard of eigenlayer, what it does. So eigenlayer is sort of like this middle abstraction. What it allows is for user to deposit some capital into a capital pool or in like a smart contract. And this smart contract stops slashing condition in another contract. And this slashing condition can be anything, right? For example, it could be, hey, if I double signed at a certain block height, then I will be slashed. And you can program that into a slashing condition, and if this money into here and it's running some external service, he misbehaves, anyone can submit a slashing proof to freeze his capital. On a general how EigenLayer works. So in another way to explain this, EigenLayer enables anyone to make right? Whenever the user deposits some capital into this pool, and the pool is subject to some slashing condition, the user is basically saying, hey, I'm not gonna make whatever malicious behavior that's violating the slashing condition. Do you think you guys get it? Thumbs up, thumbs down, give me a feedback. Okay-ish? Okay. Well, let's go through like how it works, and maybe we can like the end. So this is how it works. If you're a validator, all you're gonna do is you're gonna change your withdrawal credential to the contract. We're gonna call it the egg contract. It's subject to some slashing condition for MEV Boost Plus. And then at the end, at the talk, I'm gonna talk about what that slashing contract logic is. But just think about like, before your withdrawal credential is the EOA, you put it into a contract. Second, this contract is subject to some other contract that you can be slashed for. Very abstract, that's good. Because we're gonna go deep. So now we're going to talk about, that's the enrolling process, right? After I change my withdrawal After I change my withdrawal credential, I'm basically enrolled into my boost, and I can participate in the protocol during the proposal. So what would happen in the proposing phase? We're gonna walk through it. All right, can you guys see it clearly? Not really? All right, I'm gonna first just talk about who are the participants. On top, you have the middle, you have the relay. At the bottom, you have the proposer. On the far left side, you have the Ethereum network. All right, these are the first, the builders will do similar stuff to MEV Boost, which is basically send the partial blocks to the relay. The relay is gonna send the winning bid, right? That's gonna be whoever's partial block, given some requirements, the highest amount of bid to the proposer, plus the transaction route from the partial block to the proposer. The proposer will send back a commitment. We're gonna touch on that, what that is exactly. And after the relay receiving the commitment from the proposer, the relay will send over the entire partial block to the proposer. And that sending it back will be in plain text. I mean, you're still in P2P layer, but the proposer will be able to see all the content inside the partial block. After the block for the validator, for the proposer will construct the full block and propose to the Ethereum network. So that is basically under this protocol how it works. And as you can see, this entire thing functions very, very similarly to MEV Boost. The only difference here is, number one is the proposer does the proposing, and number two is the proposer sees the block content in plain text before the content reaches to the, right? That's the main difference. And some of you, if you're really MEV savvy, you're like, this doesn't work, all these different things, MEV unbundling. I'm gonna talk about that very shortly as well. Right? So now that what I just described is a proposing phase, or you can think of it as a hat, right? If nothing bad happens, right? I commit to include this partial block and I actually included this partial block, then that's what may not always be the case, right? And if, the proposer got the partial block in the exact order, what would happen? And that's basically the slashing part. And how we're gonna do this is on the right bottom of the document. You just zoom really closely, then you'll be able to, I'm just kidding. So we're gonna walk through how we actually do this. We have two blocks. You have the left side, we have the partial top of block, a TOB block. And on the right-hand side, you have the full block. So on the left, what it is basically the partial block the builder sent that the proposer committed to include. On the right-hand side, the proposer actually include. All right, can someone tell me that what did the proposer do it right or wrong? Or what is there anything that happened here? What? He done it wrong. How did he do it wrong? Yes, he changed the red into the green, right? He changed one of the partial block. He committed to including that, but he did. How can we, right? This behavior happened, clearly violates our protocol where you shouldn't be able to do any addition or any editing of the partial block. So you should be slashed. So how can we identify the slashing part? This is how we're gonna do it. First, we know that the transaction route for the partial block is committed by the proposer. Here, commitment, you can think about the partial Merkle route, right? Signs this Merkle route, and the relay has it. On the right-hand side, we know all the transactions is going to be part of the block header, right? So we have these two Merkle roots that are currently, both someone has it. So once we have that, how do we identify some kind of malicious behavior happen? We're going to prove that in this partial block root, at some index, some node exists. On the full block, at the same index, another node exists. And lastly, we're going to prove that the two nodes are different, right? So once again, at the same, trying to explain it another way, index under these two roots, the nodes are different, right? Why can we do that in this way? Let's imagine in this case is we're changing the red transaction to the green transaction, right? Obviously violating the protocol that you shouldn't, so you should be slash. We're good here. If we delete any of the transaction on the left side, right, we don't add anything, then all these transactions will be shifted. We can still demonstrate at the same index something is different. Now, if let's say we don't do ditching, we add a transaction, we do the same thing, right? If we add a transaction, some transactions are pushed back. We can also identify, at certain index when you committed versus when you proposed, they're different. So any kind of manipulation of the partial block can be identified given this slashing condition. And this slashing condition is very easy to use, right? You do a signature verification on the partial block transaction root. You do a Merkle inclusion proof, you do another Merkle inclusion proof, and you compare the two nodes at the end. Those are very straightforward thing you can do on the slashing part. So to recap everything, this is the final design for MEV Boost. It has two parts. It has a partial block lane. This is how the partial block lane works. And this is how through the slashing condition, this is how the partial block mechanism is secure. All right. There's a lot of different things I want to touch on. One of the key things, a lot of questions I get is, all right, you're doing partial, the proposer must have less profit because the builder are so much better at building full blocks than instead of partial blocks. That's definitely a great valid point on why this design may not be widely adopted. However, I think why this design will be widely adopted is because if you look at the past 10,000 blocks, on average, 40 to 60% of all block content are ERC20 transfers plus ETH transfers. So that means even if I'm a proposer, I sell 40% of my blocks and I just do PGA on this rest of the block to do simple ordering, I will still be able to make majority of MEV profit, maybe 90%, even 99% of all MEV profit inside these blocks. Another thing is around sextex sandwiching. Right now we have a problem basically is I get your partial block in plain text. I can reorder any of the things you have inside the block. So which of these transaction may not be viable? Sextag will still be viable. Sandwich will not be very viable because there's certain attacks you can do through unbundling the sandwich bundle that makes the sandwich bot really, really bad. And lastly, the backrunning could still be static, but at the same time, we are not very sure how this would play out in the long run. All right, 2 minutes. I'm gonna quickly run through sort of the future of FBoost Plus and what it sort of entail and sort of in the future to the limit, what would it look like? So right now we're still trusting the relay here to do a lot of things. And we laid out, what are the relays? It validates a partial block, does the auction validate the bid, run the auction mechanism, release the data only when the proposer sends back the commitment, and lastly, it guarantees the data availability of the partial block. Right? These are the sort of things the relay currently does. And what we did is we sort of tried to remove the relay responsibility through different mechanisms. So 1 and 2, we're going to do it through optimistic slashing plus builder collateral. You can run an auction. We're going to move that auction to be run by the proposer itself. Lastly, for 4 and 5, for data availability, we're going to have to build a DA layer with programmable. And the goal here is that once we have a programmable DA layer, we can actually decentralize the relay function because right now it's super trusted and centralized. And now with this, once we can decentralize it, we can have a lot more security and liveness guarantee on the relay itself. And this is what the protocol will look like. I'm not going to go over it. And lastly, is this would be from a step perspective how it would look like. There's implications. Breaking from atomicity is going to be an interesting research topic. I feel like, which is whenever as I'm a searcher, I send a bundle what is the potential loss to me as a searcher if my bundle automaticity is broken? Is there going to be an upper bound? Is there an upper bound? How do I even reason through that? I think this is going to be a really fascinating research question. If anyone in the audience is interested in it, we would love to discuss more. There's some other thoughts. The main thought I will leave you guys is this design is very hard to implement in practice and generate buy-in, but this practice is really, really viable during a low volatility period. And I'll stop here. I'll do some questions. And thank you, guys.
Questions?
Thank you very much for presentation. Could you clarify some incentivization for proposers for using such decentralization of MEV? Why do they need it?
Incentive in terms of financial incentive?
Yeah.
All right, here, I think I talked a little bit about it. Maybe the better question I think you're trying to ask is, does this make proposer more money?
Yeah.
Okay, I would say this would make the proposer the same amount of money, given most circumstances. However, in some circumstances, it wouldn't make the proposer more money. And the reason is because in the partial block world, a lot of times what would happen is when volatility is low, you can capture most MEV inside top of block, so it will be all good. But in some even though you can capture everything in the top of block, the loss from potentially breaking that bundle becomes so huge, no searcher will pass through that. But I would say if we use the design, with just not the partial block, but partial block plus full block, the proposer would make more money under this design. So under partial block alone, proposer would not make more money. If we use MEV Boost Plus as a whole, then proposer will always make more money in the grand scheme of things.
Okay, thank you.
We have time for one more short question.
Thank you for your highly ambitious and complex talk here. So I'll try to take my highly ambitious and complex and make it as short as I can. I guess the question is about, it goes all the way back to the very, very beginning assumptions, which is that censorship resistance is actually at risk in the current framework. There was a recent Twitter thread that you might find interesting by Snoopy MEV, sort of questioning whether the alarm bells for censorship resistance should really be there. Why? Because if you think of it as really being something meaning eventual inclusion, then as long as you have just a small subset, for instance, you have censorship resistance in real terms, in concrete terms, because you get eventual inclusion. Given we're to take this line of thinking, then all of a sudden potentially I see but a much simpler design, right, where you could get people to opt in, just get a super small set of validators to opt into just self-building, and maybe even with a commitment on marginal incentive. And as long as it's just a very, very small subset of validators do this, then you, again, no longer have a problem. You don't need partial blocks and Merkle commitments and so on. So hopefully that made sense. Try to make it fast. How would you respond to something like this?
Yeah, I think actually I can respond pretty in short. So I think the question is basically censorship resistance is actually not a problem. The biggest, first of all, I love the tweet through. I think it's really, really insightful. If he's sitting here, I love you. So the point I want to make is censorship resistance and liveness are very different concepts. I think he's talking from a live. You have some honest nodes who are always doing this fair, quote unquote, fair ordering, eventually will be included. And the liveness is, some certain bounds, but the actual certain bounds for Ethereum network, what is a liveness requirement? I don't think we have ever come up with the number yet. At least if you know the number, please tell me. I'd be very happy to learn. That's number one. Number two is censorship resistance is more like an economic thing, right? If you follow the block in the whole at all times, it's very easy to censor a transaction because the builders just need to collude and they put in the marginal priority gas fee and makes censoring a lot easier. However, under this design, if all the proposers are only doing part of the block, they have a gas cost on the mempool, and that become a lot easier, a lot harder to censor. Yeah, I'll end there.
Thank you. Let's thank the speaker again.
Thank you, everyone.
small technical issue soon.
Thank you.
So next up, we have Ken Smith going to talk about guarding Ethereum, helping us from theft.
Thank you very much. This is a presentation that's talking about some analysis I've been doing and thought about the risks of MEV theft in Ethereum. And this is actually especially, I guess, focused on liquid staking pools. These are permissionless staking pools that would use it to bond a node operator to commit to acting honestly in the Ethereum network. So let's take a look at some of the information. What I wanted to cover today was a little bit about the Ethereum staking concepts, probably speaking audience, so I'll go quickly over that. I want to talk a little bit about the problem of MEV theft and some of these used to actually steal MEV, and then spend the majority of the time talking about possible countermeasures or solutions to prevent or mitigate the loss of value liquid staking token holders from MEV theft. Okay, so this is the current staking rewards, or at least a projected view. Looked prior to coming up here, we're just shy of about 900,000 validators in the Ethereum network. You know, we can all take estimates as to when we're going to get to 1 million validators, but I've written some modeling code and what we can do is we can kind of predict the two rewards that validators receive. Right, they receive the consensus layer issuance rewards from the core protocol. For a single validator per year, it's about, and then we can predict MEV, at least to some degree. And what do I mean by predicting MEV? One of the things we can do, there's a great data set that's in MEVPix open data that has basically recorded all of the successful MEV produced blocks from MEV Boost contained in there. It keeps track of it for the time period between the merge and now. I think it's about 470 some odd days data. And one of the things we could do is we could model it using a Monte Carlo method where we basically say, hey, let's go ahead and choose a value of proposals based upon the probability that a validator will get. Predicted proposals in a year, it's about maybe I think 3 proposals a year is what you're likely to get with a validator. Randomly go ahead and select one of those MEV blocks that was produced in the last 460 days. And let's assume that's going to be your MEV for this come period. Okay. Now, is that going to be true? I don't know. I mean, as transactions move to layer 1, there may not be MEV. It may be different. It could be, as people said, it depends upon the price action and what day. But if you say that past performance on MEV is probably indicative of future performance in MEV, you can make a fair modeling presumption of it. And so what it shows is about 1.2 ETH being produced. About 28% of that ETH in revenue is coming from MEV. It's becoming a larger significant portion as I think MEV extraction gets more advanced, and as more validators get on, the amount of consensus layer rewards generated becomes less and less. Now, there was a recent post here on ETH Research here in here that had actually looked back. It's fairly recent, just in this month, and took a look back over a month or so, and you could see that it is about that same rate, even out about 900,000. It's about 25 to 30% of your rewards earned. Okay. Now, when you start to look at MEV, it's absolutely fascinating. This is an updated histogram produced from this modeling code from the MEV Boost Pix open data. And it maybe doesn't really show it too well, and most of the blocks have very little MEV in it, right? You know, so you win the opportunity to propose. It's now your time, you successfully propose, your block's included in the chain, it gets finalized. Woohoo, but the amount of MEV in your block was very small, right? It's a long-tailed skewed, right? In fact, if you look over here, the medians at 50%, you know, you're in the middle of the group. 50% of all the block proposals had less MEV than you. 50% had more. Down here at about 0.5 ETH per block. The average is substantially higher. It's you know, nearly 3 times higher. And the reason for that is there are these substantially mega large blocks of MEV that we've been calling lottery blocks, right? These are the 200 ETH block that you get, right? The 150 ETH block that's out there. And because there's so few of them, this only ends at 1 ETH, but it continues all the way on to about, you know, what the highest MEV block was 250, 300 MEV, right? You know, it goes a long ways. The problem is they're very, very rare, okay? So, but there's still a strategy that could be taken here. And just to show how kind of rare this is, to look at it in a little bit here, is yeah, you can see here that 99.9 percentile of it, you're getting a MEV block that's 7 ETH in there. I mean, that's a pretty good return on a proposal, right? But still, there's 14% of all the MEV that was ever extracted above you, right? It's just those mega lottery blocks contain more of the MEV than all of the little blocks combined, okay? So it's substantially long-tailed, okay? This makes it, this is what makes it pretty interesting. So we've just heard a talk about proposer builder, so we know what that is, we know what MEV relays are. Let me just show one thing that's going to be useful here in a conversation a little bit later here. For a MEV relay, not only do you tell it who you are and your signature there, but you give it a, they actually call for a fee recipient, but it's technically the suggested fee recipient. It's basically the address that you want your MEV to go to. And the one problem in MEV theft, you register as a validator, you get to control that address. However you register with the relay. So that's one of the areas to create the attack. Now there's 2 attack strategies, at least that I could think of, and I certainly encourage others to think about some. One of those I call the long con attack. This is one where the validator basically says, you know what, I've formed a validator with a low cost liquid staking pool. Maybe I got an 8 ETH mini pool or a 4 ETH, or now we're just heard in a previous presentation, 1 ETH validators are coming out, right? You know, it's very little cost to put in to go chase one of these things. So you could create a long con. And in a long con, you just immediately start stealing. And maybe that protocol has some slashing or that node deposit away from you. But you can actually predict the amount of time it takes. So these are the amount of returns you earn on a 1, 3, and, or sorry, on 2, 4, 8, and 16 ETH mini pool. This is your share of earnings. And you can see that if you start stealing the MEV alone, forget the consensus layer rewards, but if you just start stealing the MEV alone, you know, in the case of these lower ones, like 2 ETH, within about 20 years, you're on average likely to exceed more in stealing these even small bits of than what the slashing or penalty is for it, right? So if you're willing to invest, I mean, 20 years is a long time, things can change in the protocol. So maybe it's safe, maybe it's not, but it's at least still a strategy that's there. Another strategy that could be used is the attack strategy, or the lottery block attack strategy. This is one in which they say, I'm going to continue to as an honest validator until I win a lottery block. It's rare, but there's a chance that I may win a lottery block. And if I do win a lottery, I'm going to redirect that MEV to my address and not the staking pool's address. And you can see here, as you put more and more ETH down, the actual chances of you, A, getting to propose, and B, getting to propose when it's a lottery block, be a very large number, right? This one's going to be 500 years. I'd say it's not impossible, but you know, the likelihood of you actually winning this strategy in your lifetime, not going to happen. But as you get to smaller and smaller deposits, you know, it does become feasible, right? You can see from the data, it's better to just start stealing immediately. Take your slashing and continue on. But you can make some predictions like this. So, well, why does it matter to steal MEV, right? Well, in a liquid staking pool, a large portion of the funds that are generated from staking are really due to the liquid staking holders, right? They have the largest contribution into the validator. You only have a small share as a bond to ensure your honest node operating. So what are some of the approaches that I think are being talked about, discussed? One of those is the use of DVT, right? Again, here it takes multiple node operators. The chance that all of them are delusioned to do this is going to be less likely. But again, we have the problem with the MEV relays. When they sign, it was mentioned in the other one, there's like this blinded block. You are just signing a header to the block, and the fee recipient, and your fee recipient or your staking pool's fee recipient, it's per the specification, it's the fee recipient of the block builder. You are just promised and trusting of the relay that they are going to see your suggested fee recipient. So a malicious member of a DVT cluster or squad could simply just submit, they could submit a block header to the folks, but have the actual block, once it's released, send the MEV to their address. You don't know what you are actually signing the block contents. So that's one area. And you can actually see this here. This is a recent the fee recipient and the execution payload. You can actually see, though, that this is my fee recipient to participate in. And again, they don't match up, and it's because they're not supposed to under MEV Boost, right? I'm just promised to receive some funds at the end of it. The builder can take the tips on it. Another one that we heard about there is enshrined proposal builder separation. That might have some possibilities in preventing MEV theft, especially depending upon how they produce it. Right, there's a lot of talk about MEV burn in there, but you know, another way they could do it if they decide to distribute it is they could actually mandate that the fee recipient be the withdrawal credential. And that's most likely to ensure that it goes back to the correct liquid staking. You're not able to select or suggest another fee recipient address to send it to. Another approach to maybe countermech to this is we could work with the relays. Perhaps there could be a coalition of relays that would actually decide to standardize same change. No longer could you suggest a fee recipient. Instead, they would just simply look up the 0x01, the payment to that address, right? That might cause some problems for existing protocols, but it would certainly counteract the ability to read. Another thought that came out, this is one that has been kind of fleshed out a little bit, is when you work in a liquid staking protocol as a node operator, you're usually paid a commission on that liquid staking portion of the validator. Perhaps maybe they pay you 10% as a node operator or 14% as a node operator. One strategy might be to not, but allow you to take all of the MEV for yourself. Now that's interesting because maybe you will win the lottery and get one of those 100 ETH blocks, but most likely you're going to get 3 block proposals at about 0.05 each, and that's going to be very little payment. You gave up almost 1 ETH right now for the chance of winning, 100 ETH, but you're most likely to come 5 ETH. So I don't know if there be an interest in there. A countermeasure for that is there could be, we just saw that DApp node smoothing pool created. There could be smoothing pools for MEV, right? That say, okay, well, I may not win that 100 ETH, but I'll join a pool of common other node operators that are just validating for MEV only, and we'll smooth our pools because light is going to win the lottery over some period of time. A similar approach to the, smoothing commitments that's up here. This is one that kind of flips that a little bit. Here, instead of actually commission to be a node operator, you're actually bidding on the right for it. You will pay the protocol. They'll say, I'll give you a validator to run for 3 months. There's a signed exit message that will kick you out in 3 months. You place a bet or a bid. Maybe you bid half an ETH, maybe you bid 1, maybe you bid 2 in the back there, and whoever wins that bid has the right to run that validator for 3 months, and you get to get all of the consensus layer rewards or all of the MEV rewards for that right to bid on it. You can renew your bid. If you don't renew it, they'll force exit you. It's an interesting concept, but I think it has some concerns about centralization. The folks that will bid, large people with a lot of ETH that can average their probability of winning. We talked a little bit about using the voluntary pre-signed exits. There's a problem with them right now in here, and that's that they expire after 2 forks. This is one of the EIPs that's slated to be NEB here, which is non-expiring messages. The non-expiring messages will no longer allow that. This is a way that somebody, a node operator, could sign an exit message I'm validator number 123 here, and you give it to the protocol, and the protocol will hold it. If you act maliciously, they could inject that message and X you out of the beacon chain. The problems there is that it does require a trusted party to store those mess iterations, right? Where do they store them? Is it just up in Dropbox? Do they have some secured enclave to store those when they inject those messages? There's a lot of considerations on that, but this is one improvement I think that's coming out here. The next one here, and this is the one that I really wanted to call the most attention to because I think it's one of the more elegant ones, and I wanted to create awareness about this, is there's an EIP called 7002, which is execution layer triggered exits. It's an EIP. It does seem to have very positive traction among a lot of staking organizations. Is it says right now in Ethereum, only this signing key, only the validation key that you sign every ad, and that you can sign that I quit message. What this proposes is it says, hey, your withdraw credential that you actually have, the wallet where all of your consensus layer funds go to, it will be able to also initiate a transaction that says, I quit. It has a couple of benefits outside of MEV theft, mainly security, right? You have a separate key that doesn't have to be a hot key that's constantly used, that could be secured. If you have separate owners, you could create a smart contract withdrawal credential to allow multiple people to execute on that transaction. But more importantly, in the case of this topic for MEV theft, is that it would allow staking pools to go ahead and monitor for MEV theft. Okay, and once they detect MEV theft, they could go ahead and force exit that validator. And if you noticed on all those probabilities of success, there was some period of time. The most likely strategy to use is to immediately start stealing. And if you immediately start to steal MEV, you could be detected within a few, and then you could be forced to exit from the execution layer, creating a pretty robust layer of security left on there. That was kind of the quick overview of MEV theft and some of the possible solutions there. And I understand we might have a few minutes for questions.
Questions? Okay, yeah, all
right.
Clear. So
Thank you
very much, and let's prepare for the next speaker.
Okay. Hi, I'm Marek from Nethermind team. I'm a Ethereum core developer, and today I'm not going to talk about anything revolutionary. It won't be a hot conference topic like ZK cryptography magic or account abstraction. Instead, I will be discussing something well known to core developers and to staking community. However, due to importance of this topic and its current state, I decided to talk about client diversity from a core dev perspective. In Ethereum's early days, a crucial decision was made to go with many protocol implementations. I don't think there is a single core dev who consider it a bad decision. So let's briefly talk about pros and cons of client diversity. Firstly, having multiple clients is an effective way of testing new changes, because if there is any difference, we will notice it immediately. Secondly, having multiple clients allowed us to attract many core developers in different programming languages, and this mix of expertise has enabled us to come up with new and creative solutions to problems. However, having many clients can be challenging. If we had just one protocol implementation, we could move much faster, potentially. Developers are working more or less on the same thing, same EIPs, but in different clients, in different technologies. So if we had one client and the same number of developers, we could deliver more EIPs. Furthermore, due to our use of multiple clients, we encounter challenges in realization of non-consensus critical areas, such as JSON RPC. Integrating can be complex for the developers. Without standardization, DApp devs have to handle all possible options to check error codes. For example, as shown in the slide, managing insufficient balances can be quite messy. Nonetheless, all these pros and cons aren't as crucial as the security benefits of client diversity. With client diversity, there is no negative effect in case of consensus bugs. What's more, if we had just one Ethereum implementation, one team could manipulate the state tree, so account balances, as they wish. So client diversity is safe from insider attacks. However, there are more benefits, and let me explain it. So in March of this year, Marius van der Wieden noticed the attack on Gerli network. Honest, we don't know the motivation of attacker, and I'm not sure if we should even call it attack. It's intriguing from a client diversity perspective. So what happened? He does vulnerabilities in transaction pool, and he found issues, and he fixed them. But obviously, all Ethereum clients are open source, so someone noticed the fix, the code, and prepare the attack based on his findings. As a result, some nodes started to consume lots of sources on Gerli network. Fortunately, the attack stopped on some point, and it's only Gerli testnet, not mainnet, and the fix was released quickly. However, this situation shows that client diversity is not only about consensus bugs, but also about, for example, performance. There are more benefits. So imagine if you have and you find security issue in your repository, then if you fix that and prepare an attack before your release and or before people upgrade nodes. So client diversity is the only way to mitigate such risks. Moving on to how Ethereum proof of stake is related with client diversity. Ethereum proof of stake rules clearly guide us on how we should think about client diversity. We require at least 2/3 of validators to be online and in consensus to finalize the chain. Finality means that the chain cannot be reorganized, and in simpler words, finalized block will remain in this chain forever. So when considering proof of stake, of consensus bugs vary depending on the percentage of validators affected. Therefore, it's consider your client's market share. I presented all possible options in the slide, and let's go through them one by one. Before I start, I've made one assumption here. I'm talking about a bug due to diffusion, like one opcode was implemented differently in 2 clients. So as a result, some blocks may be seen as valid from one client's perspective and invalid from another client's point of view. So first row presents the situation when we had a consensus bug in a client below 33% of market share. In this situation, the network will be still able to finalize, resulting in no on the entire network. Stakers of affected client will get normal penalties as for normal healthy network. So roughly speaking, it means that if your validator was offline for 1 day, you would need less than 1 day of operation to break even. Stakers of other client will earn everything bad had happened. The situation worsens when we have a consensus bug in a client between 33 to 66% of market share. In this situation, the network won't be able to finalize, and stakers of affected client will suffer due to DVT leaks. penalties will increase for them quadratically. And without finality, there are no rewards from attestations, even those who didn't use the affected client. So this highlights that running minority client is much less risky. And the last situation, when we had a consensus bug in a client above 66%, could be catastrophic for the network, because it would mean that we will finalize incorrect chain. This situation would leave us with two unfavorable options. First option, fix the bug in supermajority client and switch to the chain created by minority client. Second option, accept the bug as a canonical behavior and introduce the same bug in all minority clients and switch minority clients to the chain created by supermajority client. So for supermajority client users, the first option would be extremely painful, as it could mean that we'll lose a lot of their stake, even up to the whole 32 if in extreme situation. Surprisingly, the second option would mean for them normal attestations, as however choosing the second option would be highly controversial, perhaps even more controversial than DAO fork, and in cases it won't be even possible to choose the second option. For client stakers, the situation is better, because in the first option, they will not get rewards from attestations, but not get any penalties as long as the minority chain will finalize. And in the second option, they will get normal penalties for being offline. So my description here is a bit simplified overview. However, I've highlighted the most crucial aspects here. There are strong incentives for stakers to diversify their infrastructure and to run minorities. What's more, this table shows that we shouldn't have any client above 66%, and ideally we should have all clients below 33%. And moving on to the current state of consensus client diversity. A year and a half ago, Vitalik tweeted that we had won the battle of consensus client diversity. And it's true. Perhaps it's still not perfect. However, starting from that point, we have achieved an acceptable state in consensus client diversity. There are no supermajority client risks anymore. Both Lighthouse and Prism are close to 33 to 50% range. Additionally, we have 3 other excellent clients, Teku, Nibus, and Lodestar. Vitalik had mentioned that it's time to work on execution client diversity. And indeed, we have achieved substantial progress in this field. On the left, you can see the state when Vitalik wrote his tweet. At that time, GEF had almost 84%, while all other clients combined accounted for 16% only. Now, the situation improved significantly. At first glance, the state of execution client diversity seems to be similar to consensus client diversity. So we don't have any clients above 50%. We have 2 clients in 53 to 50% range. We have other excellent alternatives, and Ref is expected to gain market share soon. So we won many battles on client diversity, didn't we? But there is a small issue here. The thing is, regardless of statistics presented to us, we should always strive to understand how they are measured. And the main point here is that on the previous slide, the number was presented, not validators. So we should think about many types of client diversity. For example, block builders diversity or diversity in serving data to other peers. The most crucial for Ethereum is validator diversity, and it's often being confused with nodes diversity. Of course, you can run Ethereum node to stake your ETH and become validator. However, nodes have more use, such as obtaining data through JSON RPC or sending transactions privately. What's more, one node can be responding 0, 1, 2, 3, hundreds, or even thousands of validators. So we need better data to assess execution client diversity. And if Staker community is doing their best to gather such data for us, let's explore all the data that we have about execution client diversity. So on the left, once again, we have nodes diversity. And the problem here is that it's, of course, not valid, and we don't know the methodology because the crawler is not open source. On the right, we have data about Validators. And as we can see, this data shows lack of client diversity. GEF is the supermajority client with 84% of market share. Nevertheless, this data is also not perfect. So we should mention how this data is being collected, but a survey involving big staking players. So it's not possible to include home stakers here. What's more, this data doesn't change dynamically, so you have to repeat the survey to gather new data. And because of that, it's hard to maintain and very easy for human mistakes. Of course, the effort of gathering such data is super important because it shows that not all problems about client diversity are solved. Unfortunately, we lack comprehensive data on execution client diversity. And in my opinion, this is the topic that requires further research because we have critical thresholds, highly important for Ethereum and for stakers, but we don't have any way to measure it. So what is the status of execution client diversity? We don't know exactly. However, the available data allows us to draw several conclusions, and I will summarize it along with the entire presentation. So client diversity, because it brings many security benefits. We have critical thresholds for client diversity, 33%, 50%, and 66%. There are incentives for states to diversify the infrastructure and to run minority clients. We have achieved an acceptable state of consensus client diversity, and we need better data to assess execution client diversity. I didn't cover it in the presentation, but block builder diversity and diversity in serving data to other peers must improve. Currently, F nodes have the biggest responsibility in those areas. Thanks to huge effort, if stakers, it seems that home stakers have played their part, and some of them switched to minority clients. I think we can correlate it with increase of nodes diversity. Available data, which is not perfect, we can observe a strong preference for GEF among major staking players. And last but not least, we have made significant progress in client diversity, and we are going in a good direction. However, not all problems are solved. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time. For further reading and exploration, please check out these resources. If you have any question, I don't know if we have more time right now, so if not, feel free to catch me later. Thank you.
We do have time, so questions? Okay, then we continue at 4:25. So you target 20 minutes, 500 questions.
I can talk for hours, so whatever you need.
So there's a risk I have to stop you?
Yeah, I'll try not to go over time.
Well, then I'll start waving.
Do you want pointer?
Yeah. No, yeah, maybe I don't need the keyboard. But,
you have to push somewhere, some button, I assume.
I can do it here. Pointer?
Yeah, I think you just press any button.
No, but I don't need that. I can do it.
Okay, laser thingy is, it's probably the red thingy here.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay, solo stakers, wake up. Next up, we have Radek. Welcome.
Hi, hello, and my talk will be about solo stake. So what kind of things, what kind of problems you have when you decide to solo stake? And what kind of things you need to think about, and which you don't even need to consider when, for example, doing like pool staking, like liquid stake, like that. This is also based, this all is based on my own experience, and this is also mainly targeted to like staking at home. So you can be solo staking, like buying a VPS somewhere and like on AWS and solo staking there. But that's not what I will be focusing on, and this is just like the purest version of staking, which is solo staking on your own hardware at your own home. So this is what we will briefly discuss today: hardware, software, connectivity, ease of use, best practices from my own experience, and a list of tools that are helpful when solo staking. Some questions and answers. So this is the like not even a complete list of things that you need to think about when solo staking, and you need to think about all of them to do it effectively. So first of all, what are the reasons to do it? Why are you solo staking at home? Then is it like, do you want to solo stake, or maybe do you want to do like pool staking, like liquid staking? Once you decided and answered those two questions, then okay, so which hardware? How do I make it secure, because I'm responsible for everything? How do I make it online 100% of the time? How do I connect to it if I'm away? What happens when power goes out, for example? How do I manage my own keys? What about privacy? Do I want the whole world to know that I'm solo staking, and how much? Or do I try to isolate it as much as possible and do not broadcast that? Then to MEV or not to MEV, we had a presentation like two presentations ago about MEV in detail. And then also randomness. Solo staking is like kind of lottery. So do you embrace it, or do you try to minimize the randomness? And the last is like taxes. Death and taxes is something that you always can count on. So first, reasons to do it. So why solo stake? Why solo stake at home? Number one reason for probably most people or everybody is money. You want to stake to earn, and the rest is probably secondary. But it's important nonetheless. So to do it because you want the network be healthier, be more decentralized. Do you contribute to client diversification, which we saw in the previous presentation, which is also important in terms of the network and the whole protocol. Do you want to be part of the staking community or like in general, and an active participant at that? Or do you, again, talking about the whole protocol, do you want to make it more secure and stronger by like giving your own one single brick or a few? You also do it for fun, because all the things that I mentioned here are fun for you, and you also like to tinker with hardware, with software. You maybe like some kind of some degree of randomness, and it's all fun. That's why you want to do it. I probably have like a little bit of all of that. That's why I'm solo staking. Another question that you need to answer before solo staking is that, do you want to do it yourself, or do you want to pool stake, and why? Solo staking, for all the reasons that be that you don't have enough ETH to solo stake. You don't have like 32. Now it's better because you can start solo stake soon, maybe like beginning of next year. You can start even with 1 ETH. So that could be one reason. You might want to do it, but you don't have maybe enough ETH. Or you don't like the risk. You want to have predictable income. You don't want that randomness, and that's why you go for pool staking rather than solo staking. Or you don't want to think hardware or software. You don't want to have everything up to date, and you just want to set it and forget it, and that's it. So the first important thing, once you decided and answer questions for yourself, and you decided that you want to do it yourself at home, so the question is what hardware to choose. And this is just like some of the setups that people have at home. So this is the things to consider. So for optimal performance, from $700 to $2,000, depending if you want to have something that can run a node and validator, or something that is really powerful and future-proof for a few years ahead. Then you're probably closer to like 2,000. A really good setup can be like $8 for solo staking. So you need to do a cost-benefit analysis for yourself. $1,000 today. Then what kind of rewards can I expect, and when will I break even, and after will I start earning on top of what I already paid for hardware? So there is a staking rewards calculator that you can find here. You enter, and you can do it also for liquid staking, for different protocols, and so on. So I chose Ethereum validator yourself, 32 ETH, and then after 1 year you get then 1.08 ETH on average, because it varies a lot, but on average you get 1.0, so around $2,000 in today's prices. So you break even basically in around 6 months. After 6 months, you start earning on top of what you paid for hardware, and maybe you win a lottery a few times and hit those large block rewards. So that's first one about hardware. And you also need to think about hardware cycle management. So how long will this run for you? If it's $700 or like an old laptop that you have, maybe you that and upgrade it after a year. If you go for something more expensive, then it might work for you for like a couple years or even more. So recommendation would be to go with 32 gigs of RAM, terabytes. 4 terabytes is probably an overkill from today's point of view, but if you don't want to upgrade in a year or a little bit more maybe, 4 is reasonable. For now, 2 terabytes is also enough. CPU is not that important as long as it's from a few years ago. And googly eyes, because googly eyes are good for everything, and it just looks better if you have them. So that's the recommendation. You don't need to do it. Now, and this is my bad boy, and I don't have googly eyes, unfortunately. Mine is a little bit beefier. Mine is 64 gigs, 4 terabytes, 12 cores, but no googly eyes. So it's not really according to my own recommendation. Now that you have hardware, the next thing is software. And here, it wasn't the case like a year ago, where it was really hard to run a validator the node on your own. You really had to be like a sysadmin and to tinker with all the stuff, to download all the packages manually, configure everything, install all like the whole system, secure the system from scratch, and get the node software, the validator software manually, make them talk to each other and so on. So it was a lot of work, and it could break in many places if you didn't know what you were doing. Now there's a lot of good software packages that are almost like one-click software or set it and forget it. DAppNode is especially user-friendly. You just make a few actions during the wizard at the beginning, and then you can even choose like auto update all the software, and it will keep everything updated on its own. But also DAppNode is very simple, and I used it for a long time, but I switched to ETH Docker, and this is my #1 recommendation at the moment, because it's also very easy to set up, almost as DAppNode, but it gives you much more control of what you can do, tinker with some settings, easier and faster, maybe a little bit to start and stop everything. So once you know and you're comfortable with the software, you know how nodes, validators work, talk to each other, what are the optimal settings, and you want to be more in control, you should go with ETH Docker. If you want to just like do it once and not touch it any longer, then DAppNode is a good one. And a few others, Rocket Pool, if you want to run nodes with less than 32 ETH. And a couple more newcomers, relative newcomers, is Ethereum and Avado, which are also good for validation. And NiceNode is a really, really good one, but they also only have a validator, not validator, they have running a node, but no staking node validator yet, but they have it in plans, so be a nice newcomer in the near future. So this software and things that you need to think about in terms of software. So how hands-on do I want to be? Then you need to be able to have all the dashboards to see how your node is performing. Is it working well? Is it missing attestations? Your validator, do you have enough memory? Is everything, and so on. So all the dashboards, everything that you might need is in ETH Docker, in DAppNode, so you have the full visibility of what's going on. You also can set up alerts when things go bad, like your validator goes down, and alert that something is happening and you need to go and fix it. So the recommendation, the easiest to use is DAppNode. Best combination of ETH and user control is ETH Docker. Security challenges. So this is another one. So what do you need to think about when solo staking? So hacking and theft, security risk with crypto, malware and phishing attacks, wallet security, key manage all your keys yourself, the staking keys, the keys for withdrawing, for everything, authentication, and also like a security of your validator and node. So do you open the ports to the whole world? Others can connect as well. You might want to do it if you want to connect yourself with a VPN remotely, but it's an additional risk that you are putting. How to have the system up to date all the time, how to phishing and so on, wallet security, wallet separation. Do you ever use the wallet that has the keys for the validator, or do you just set it up once and never even touch that wallet, and it's impossible to hack that because you never use it, it's somewhere offline, and it's safe there. But there are a lot of validators that I set up with a wallet that is just like daily active on Ethereum, meaning that it's probably someone's like hot wallet, which is absolutely not do it. Key management, authentication, another thing that you need to think about. The next thing to think about is, so if you're staking at home, it means that you have probably like home internet connection quality. It's not like office quality in the office building where they have many failovers, backups, and so on. For example, at one of my apartments that I lived at, every day at like 3:45 a.m. or something like that, the internet went down always for 2 minutes because, I don't know, they figured out that everybody's sleeping at that point and they restarted something, or just like, yeah, just in case, I don't know. But at 3:45 a.m. every day in it. So it's not good when you have a validator running, because every time it happens, you need to catch up with your validation, with your node. So this is not the way to go. So you need to think, if your connection is good enough, do you have any failover? Do you have any backup? If your network goes down, if it goes down for a longer period of time, when, or if your power goes down, does it mean that your internet also goes down? Do you have it even for like a few minutes? But because maybe usually it's like temporary. Usually the power is not gone for hours to run your system for a few minutes or for half an hour. So these are the things that you need to take into account, and also quotas and limits. At some areas and in different countries, you might relatively low limits of traffic that you can have in a month. I don't have that problem, and the internet connection doesn't reset anymore every day, so it all goes well. But cost also is very good for me, and I use it every day, so it's not like I paid on top of what I need to pay. But these are all the things that you need to think about, because maybe your internet connection, if you want to run a validator at home. Then keys, not your crypto. Where do you store them? Do you store them offline? Do you store them online? Do you use the multisig? Do you have a hit by a bus scenario? So if something happens to you, does anybody has access to your keys? Does anybody know what to do with them, where to find them, stake, what you have stake, and so on? Privacy, I mentioned briefly at the beginning. So do you want people to know that you're staking or not? Do you use like a completely fresh wallet to fund 32 ETH to start validating? Or do you just like fund it from your main browser, so that if you are funding, that you are staking, that you are a solo validator? And if you want to have a fresh wallet, how do you fund it? Do you go through, I don't know, Binance or Coinbase or whatever else? Then you will meet on Etherscan who funded that, but then you need to trust that Binance or Coinbase will never be learned that this is your address and this is your validator. So you need to trust those centralized exchanges. So there's think about security from the solo staking point of view. Now, to MEV or not to MEV. I think the previous, or the one before the presentation, was clear enough that if you don't MEV, and it doesn't make sense because they are not getting a really large and ever larger percentage of which is right now about 25%, but like the number of blocks which are MEV are the yellow ones, and it's only growing. So you need to enable MEV. And these are pros and cons. I will not go through all of them. We don't have enough time. But also, then, if you decide that you want to MEV, the question after that is to off-act or to not off-act. So do you want to use all the MEV boosters, even those who are censored? So the ones that do not include all, because of some governments telling them that you have to block this and that address, you have to block there else. So this is the percentage of censored blocks. Better, it was much worse not long ago. The green ones are not censored. So if you care about the Ethereum and the ecosystem, then you probably also care that it is open and that it is not censored. That's the whole idea of the blockchain, that this is not censored. So my choice is to use, but to use only the MEV boosters that are not censored. So that's my recommendation in terms of MEV. And then randomness. A really part of solo staking is randomness. Do you embrace it? And will I get a big reward? Will I get a small reward? Will I get a block 2 months from now? Will I get a block maybe a year from now? Or maybe like in a month from now, I will get 4 blocks. Unlikely, but possible. And then how high the rewards will be. Will it be 0.02 or will it be like 2 ETH? And there's a website, Lucky Staker, which gives the current probability of getting a block. So 0.8 is a probability of getting a block proposal today. So in days to proposal, on average is 122 days. And the probability is going down because there are more and more validators. So at the beginning, it was 35% was to have a block mined that day, but it diminished very rapidly. Now it's about 0.82, meaning you get a block every couple months, which in reality is a little more because some of the validators are not active, so the randomness is a big factor, and this is randomness continued. It's especially important if you only have 1 validator, because then you have that evening out factor if you run like 10 validators. You only have 1 validator and you either win or you lose. So if it's fine with you, if you like the lottery and you play the lottery every day like with this, and it's part of that fun, it's why what you're doing, then that's cool. If not, then you can use something like a rocket pool validator and then use the smoothing pools where everybody their ETH into a pool and all the rewards are shared equally among each other. This means that you are removing the risk of not getting the blocks, but you're also removing the chance that you will get a high reward, because if you get a high reward, it will be shared with everybody. So you need to answer to yourself if you want that or not. So randomness, in my case, was in the last 122 or 30 days, I got 4 block proposals, which is much higher. This is like 1.5% chance of happening. So I was winning the lottery about it, but the bad part of randomness is that 2 times I was at a conference like today, and my validator went down. And in those 2 times, my validator only went down 2 times. And in those 2 times, I had a block proposal, which I missed. So, and that had like 0.38% chance. So I'm both lucky. So if it's fine with you, then it's fine. If not, you might want to choose the smoothing pools where you are not nervous, but also not ultra happy when a block proposal happens. Okay, so wrapping up, this is probably one of the last, and then just like rapid fire with a few taxes. You need to think about taxes, understand the obligations, varies by country, makes it 10% easier. It is a portfolio management, but it also works really, really well with staking. It gives you a list of all the rewards and everything else so that you just export it and give it to your accountant, which you also need to have the one that needs to know crypto. And this is like one slide recommendation, summary recommendation. Stake at home, yes, stake at home, that's recommendation. For now, 16 gigs, probably 32 is a good recommendation, sorry, that's a mistake. And 4 terabytes, and that will keep you for probably a couple years at least. ETH Docker, DAppNode, Lighthouse for control, or Reth for execution. MEV, yes, OFAC, no. Set up alert system so that you get the notification that something is happening with your node. Don't ignore security, embrace randomness, either enjoy it and don't just do it for the money, and also engage with community. And now just resources for you to just consider a few seconds per slide, that's it. Resources, so community and resource ETHStaker, you will find everything there, both on their website and also especially ETHStaker. You can ask any questions, there are many helpful people. Client diversity, we saw that. I'm doing my thing in terms of diversification. I'm running with I'm running with this one, 0%. So I'm doing as much as possible for diversification. When merge gives you all the important info about upcoming next steps, major next steps to Ethereum. Beacon chain is like Etherscan for beacon chain with all the stats of all the validators. They have a great like resource on how to set up the node, not just for Rocket Pool, but any node. Lucky Staker can propose that. Staking calculator, how much you can expect in terms of average rewards, portfolio management, and a few as well, which we already mentioned, like MEV Watch, MEV Boost Peaks, Stake from Home Gallery, Twitter, hashtag Stake from Home. If you want this presentation or these resources or questions, DM me at velvet_shark on Twitter. I can send it to you. Questions, I'll probably put it somewhere on Twitter as well after this, but it could be tomorrow or the day after. That's it, and we probably don't have time for Q&A?
No, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, I expected that.
Probably catch Radek if you have
Cool, yeah.
So.
Thanks a lot.
Stefan? Oh, okay. Please, it's your turn.
We're gonna put this here. Yeah.
You like to walk around? Present? Yeah, then so that it's also audible on the live stream.
Do I get notes here?
No.
That's bad.
Okay, next up we have Stefan for...
would be better with notes. I will get my laptop, yes. Okay.
Stefan, will you connect your laptop or just use it for the notes?
I can also just use it for the notes, it's fine.
Yeah,
You don't have to
okay.
change
You
it.
don't forget to use the clicker.
Yes, of course. I'll click both. Well, then I have...
All set?
No audio, right? In the presentation.
No audio, no video, no audio, nothing. Hello, my name is Stefan. I'm the founder of Steerium, and I will tell you a little bit about Steerium and how to set up your own Ethereum node. So first of all, a little bit of introduction about Steerium and RockLogic. RockLogic is the company that is developing Steerium actively. RockLogic itself was founded 2012. We work in various industries, always with the focus of IT infrastructure, for example, banking, public transport. We started to get involved with blockchain in 2014. And the first commit to Steerium's predecessor was done in September, 2 months before the Beacon chain mainnet launched. So we got way earlier than actually the mainnet launched for Ethereum. Steerium 2.0, that's the latest version that was just released last week. We started developing already in December 2021, so that's almost 2 years now. That's a pretty time. So let's talk a little bit about Ethereum nodes. Well, there are a couple of Ethereum nodes. Or first of all, what is an Ethereum node? An Ethereum is basically a computer that connects to the Ethereum network and can interact with it.
There are different node types, of course, like a light node that doesn't store that much data. You also have like a full node that stores almost all the data, and then, of course, the biggest one, the archive nodes that store almost all the data that is out there. And of course, you can use the staking. So why should you even run an Ethereum node? Well, the first and obvious reason is that you help the network to decentralize. The more people run an Ethereum node, the more resilient Ethereum as a whole. Local outages doesn't affect Ethereum that much anymore. The second big reason is you want to access Ethereum. Your MetaMask, you can connect to your own node, or you just want the chain and collect some data for your bots or whatever. Of course, you can stake with your own node. It's always better to not trust anybody and verify yourself, right? What do you need to run your node? Well, that's very easy. You need approximately 8 CPU cores, 16 GB of memory, and a 2 TB SSD. And of course, broadband internet connection. That doesn't mean it needs to be low latency. I myself own Ethereum node on Starlink. That's notorious for higher latencies. So it wasn't a problem at all. Well, how do you run your own node? Well, there are a couple of guides out there. They guide you through the process of setting up your Ethereum node with the CLI. So you type in the commands that the guide tells you to do. Then you have like more simpler setups like ETH Docker, and way simpler setups like Avado or a Diep node, and of course Ethereum. You can run it on almost everything right now. Already, you can run it on cloud providers like AWS or Google Cloud, VPS providers like Hetzner, Contabo, and you can even run it on ARM processors for consumption, and that makes it pretty versatile. Well, talk a little bit about Ethereum. Ethereum itself runs also on almost everything. You can run it on your own lab that's maybe idling in a corner because it's too old for doing some productive work. You can also run it on VPS. You can run it on ARM, of course, like Raspberry Pi. And it's fast. You can set an Ethereum node in a couple of minutes and you're done. You don't need to customize everything, but we give you the ability to do so. And it's easy to do. So we also, so it's not only an open source product that that we want to offer to the community. We also offer Lido to run a couple of thousand validators, keys. And of course, we run mainnet, small mainnet cluster with it, also SSV, and a safe stake we also try right now. So to give you about what Ethereum is capable of, up until now, Ethereum helped to 20,000 blocks on the mainnet. Already, we have around 20,000 downloads of Ethereum v2 packs. That's also including update files and so on. That's why the number is a little bit inflated. And with Ethereum, we also won some awards, for example, the Austrian Blockchain Award 2 years ago. But let's jump in and set up a node with Ethereum. So the first thing is you download the launcher that runs on your local computer, on your local desktop PC. And we also support macOS, of course. We support Windows, and you can even run it on an Ubuntu desktop, for example. So if you open up the launcher, this is what you see. It's a login mask to your remote server. It just needs to be an Ubuntu 2004. Everything else, you need SSH access, of course. You just enter a name because you maybe want to save the connection later use, so you don't need to retype everything. The next thing is, of course, the IP address or the domain where your server is running. The port is also customizable if you run SSH, for example, on a custom port because of security concerns. It's also something Ethereum is capable of. Then you enter a username, of course, to log in, and a password. Also support SSH keys to log in, also with password. So the next thing is we fill this thing out, right? And then we come to the next step. For new nodes, of course, only. You get presented with 3 options. The first option in the left, the pink one, is the one-click installation, which presents your node. The second one is a customizable solution that only sets up the most necessary parts of Steerium and lets you do the rest all by yourself. So no presets on this one. And the last one, the blue one, is to restore a node where you exported the configuration. So let's talk about the setups. Click installer, of course, to show you the fastest way possible. The first 2 options are just staking, one with MEV Boost, the other one without MEV Boost. Then we have, of course, SSV and OBAR integration. So you can run your own operator with Steerium. And then we introduced ARM. That's a very important step for us because it is important for people who might have a high energy bill to be able to run their own node at home with ARM. And the last one would be Archive node. In the next screen, we see that everything is already pre-selected. We selected the vanilla staking without any MEV boost or so the fastest one possible. And we see everything is already pre-selected. So we got the Geth client selected, we got the Lighthouse client selected, as well monitoring tools like Prometheus, Node Exporter, and Grafana to visualize these metrics, of course, to the user. The installation path is also possible to customize. It's of course, a default value there. But then you have like a VPS with 2 different volumes. Then you can point Steerium to that you prefer, so you can store your data somewhere else. This lets you choose the checkpoint that your node uses to sync. You don't need to use it. You can also just use the drop-down to select one. You can also use your own checkpoint server if you like. For the execution client, unfortunately, there is no possibility right now. So there is only Genesis sync. Then the next one is very easy. Steerium is doing a watch. It sets up some system packages, operating system packages. It installs the firewall and configures it for enhanced security. And it also creates some configuration files for the services that Steerium is capable of. After that, we already have our new setup. It differs a little bit to the last version we saw. Release last week changed a lot in this regards. We see all the services that are selected. We see execution client, the consensus client. We see the validator client, of course. We also see a warning in the right that the fee recipient is not Steerium, tries to steer the user towards an optimal setup. And we see some services like Grafana and so on in smaller proportions. The next page is the control page. Now you can switch between 3 pages. The first one that we just saw is the node page. This is the control page, which gives you an idea of how much memory does my clients consume, how much CPU usage, how much RAM memory usage. Of course, also peers. That's also important if you see some network issues that you might want to look into. And you also have a widget that shows you how much sync is already done with the clients. Solo staking, because that's what we are here for, right? This shows you a graph, or not a graph, a mask that's that we did with a more advanced setup. You see here we have multiple consensus clients and validator clients, and they are connected with each other in certain ways. And we see one, in this case, the mouse hovered over the Teku execution, consensus client. So you immediately see what other services this very service uses, which makes a lot of sense to want to figure out some error with some misattestations or something, where to go instead of crawling the log files and configuration files first. But into staking. So first of all, there is nothing staked, right? We just prepared our keys and everything. We can drag and drop it, just a file on the black big surface. And the next one is, of course, Ethereum recognizes this dropped file and asks where you want to actually import it. If you have multiple validator clients, like you saw in the in the previous picture, you can choose them. In this case, there is only Lighthouse. The next one is, it asks for slashing database. If you want to migrate keys, I would always recommend using slashing databases to ensure there is no slashing. Of course, also please wait to really verify that the old machine is gone for good. Next, we just, like here, and then the import already starts. So, not much hassle around here. After some time, the clients take, it differs from the client how long they take. That's not a Ethereum specific thing. That's how the clients decrypt the key and encrypt it again. And we got a nice what validator keys are important and which failed maybe because of a pass. And then we already see that the validator key is imported. Every time we log in now and click on the staking page, we see this again. And we can see on which service this runs. Also, since when this is active, for example. Of course, the state, and you can also, for example, exit one validator or give it a name. If you have, for example, one node that you share with your friends, and you have in some like 2 or 3 validators, you can name the validators like the owner, which makes it easier to identify them. So how do you configure and customize Ethereum to your needs? Well, the next thing is you have an expert mode that's on the top, this one, and see all the configuration for this service. There is nothing hidden from you. You can do everything what you want. You can do a new volume for the Docker container. You can do port mappings. You can edit each parameter there. Of course, we also have some other options that are more convenient, like in this case, the port set. And next one is updates. That's also a very important thing to do. The first thing is you can see the version of your launcher that you're running, and on the top you also see the operating system updates that might be available. Also you see what node, Ethereum node version you're running, of course, and the plugins that you need to update. And on the bottom, now in gray, there is a says it updates everything except the launcher. And then of course, we also have some languages available for people who might be not as fluent in English as some others. And at the bottom of the page, you find a Ethereum auto update. That's also very convenient. You can select this. Usually it's set, and by default it's set to manual. So you need to take care for the updates, but it's to auto, and it will check each morning, early morning, if there are updates available, and install them. So what are the do's and don'ts? Well, the first one is keep it simple. That's very important. Don't overcomplicate your setup. Don't run a failover node with keys already imported or something. That's a disaster to happen. It's better to have a little bit of downtime than to get slashed, always. What's next for Ethereum? First of all, we have external connectivity. This means a beacon node and an execution client on one server, and for example, a validator client on another. Then custom services. Maybe you wrote some bot that scraps some data from the Ethereum APIs. That's not a problem. And you can manage your Docker service completely with Ethereum. Turn it on, turn it off, link it, really like. Quick server switch and multi-node setup is the same using the same server for multiple configurations. As we saw earlier, we have we had multiple execution and consensus clients, and these can be also reflected in the future in different configurations, so you have a more separated setup. And BigChart.in monitoring app is also currently integrated, so you don't need to use the Stereo mobile app that we have right now. You could also use BigChart.in's mobile app to monitor your node. Well, if you now got so much interest to actually install a Stereo node, but also get involved, we have GitHub, of course. Please drop every bug that you find in there. It helps us a lot. And also join our Discord for discussions and everything. And there is a GitCon round coming up. So if you want to help us financially, just drop us something. It's quadratic funding. Very nice to see some involvement there. And here are some links. The first one is Steerum.net. That's our project website. The second one is RockLogic. That's our company website. And if you want to message me something, here you go. That's Telegram. Thank you very much, especially to the Ethereum ETH Staker event organizers. That's always an awesome event. And have a beautiful day. Bye-bye.
Yeah, if there are questions, you can catch Stefan in the hallways.
Okay, perfect. All right, Nico, I'm the DevRel at Ledger, and I'm gonna give you a small presentation around Ledger integrations with staking. So all of you probably know Ledger. That's it. So Ledger is the biggest hardware wallet in the industry. We are securing about % of the entire crypto assets. So that's, as you can guess, a lot of that's money that could be staked, because a cold wallet is basically where you store your savings and whatever. So we are actually a very, very good use case for staking. We have a huge, actually have sold more than 6 million, so these numbers are not up to date. and prevent people from losing money to hacks. So for staking, it have your savings into a safe place, somewhere that is not going to get hacked or we have a resilient design, which means that even if Ledger were to disappear, you would still be able to recover your funds and use another wallet. We do all this. Basically, we have a very specific architecture that we are the only one to have in the. We are running proprietary code. We have designed an entire operating system that runs on a smart card. And basically, we are the only company in the world that knows how to run code on a smart card. This makes us very secure, and this makes us able to do cool stuff while stay secure environment. As you know, there is currently 28.5, about 30 million ETH that are staked. This is a huge amount of money, but it's only 23% of the entire Ethereum supply, which means that there is a lot of ETH that is sitting somewhere, and that is. And to give you an insight, it's mostly staying on Ledger devices. So there is a huge opportunity, as you can guess, to come and take that money that is not being. So the more option, the more product, the more staking diversity that you have, the more likely people are to stake their coins. So we are pushing integrations. We are pushing protocols to get integrated in Ledger Live so that people can stake their ETH from Ledger Live or simply stake their ETH most securely. So I took the example that was super successful. All they had to do is to create a little plugin later. It's a small piece of code that is running on the device that will allow to parse the contract. So this means that on your little screen on your ledger, you will see a human-readable version of. Over 6 months, with Kiln, you can find all the data on the Kiln received more than 400,000 ETH. So that's a substantial amount of money. I think it's about 800 million, something like that. So that's quite a lot. And as you can see, it has an impact on the staking, the global staking in Ethereum, meaning that now Kiln is going up the rank. Congrats to Kiln. So the plugin, what does it do? As I said, it's just parsing the contract to allow you to read the functions on your device. So small example, here I see the type of transaction, it's a staking pooling, boom. As you can see, I'm broke. I don't stake much. The staking fees are huge. And yeah, this is the network state at the moment. Gas is pretty high. So that's it. This little piece of code, basically it doesn't look like much, but it prevents your user from signing. So if you don't have this plugin and that you're signing on a smart contract, it will say you are signing a string that basically doesn't tell you anything. What does this do? Basically, if I DNS hijack one of your websites, I can simply change the contract. I will same front end. Your client, your customer will click the stake button, and instead of staking contract, it will simply be my address and well, a contract sending funds to my address. And with this, you can actually do serious damage, especially if you take staking transactions that can be very high amounts. So yeah, and this prevents you totally from this, because basically, now that Kiln has this plugin, if I'm a Kiln user, I know that when I use my ledger, I see Kiln and stuff. So if one day I go to the Kiln website, and all of a sudden I see blind signing, I will know that something's wrong. Because basically when I use my Kiln website, I'm used to see, I will know something is wrong, and this will prevent me from doing the transaction. Yep. Next slide. So how do you get this plugin? It's quite simple. You can actually talk to me and I will guide you through. So if you don't like me, you don't even have to talk to me. You can just go there, go on GitHub and see, well, first go on our developer portal and then find all the resources that are needed to make the plugin. It's not that easy. It's C embedded applications, so it requires some knowledge. It's not everyone in the space that knows C. We are building a lot of web devs, I think, in this space. So, and it has some constraints due, obviously, to the size of the device and is, as you guess, not as powerful as your CPUs on your on your computers. So, expertise, but any experienced C-Dev can definitely do it. If you don't have an experienced C-Dev with builders that are used to do it and that have built tons of plugins, so this is basically, once you have this plugin, you can be integrated in that we have Ledger Live in the Discover section. This software is obviously used by a lot of our customers, but you don't even have to stay inside the Ledger Live software. Once you have the plugin installed on your device, anytime it's going to hit the right contract that is parsed by the plugin, it will simply, so for example, Kiln, if I go on the Kiln website and I do one of the actions supported by the plugin, it will trigger the plugin instantly. So that's it. Once you have the plugin, you're good to go. And it's as easy as this. So basically, thank you for your attention. That's it. Do we have some time for questions? I think yes.
So just from my understanding, it means that when I am capable of doing this with my company, this plugin, and embed this on my staking operator website, bricktowers.io, then Ledger, or is there any other form of integration required?
So to have the plugin deployed, we need to act on the Ledger Live software so that people can download it. To do this, you need to have an iframe. What we do is like we put an iframe exactly the same as your front. You don't have anything to do except obviously removing the connectors to MetaMask because you will be inside the Ledger Live stuff. This is like, I don't know, like I think it's like 50 lines of code, 5 minutes, you copy paste it from the developer portal, and that's it. And then all we have to do is to deploy this live app, then people can download the plugin, and then either use the live app inside Ledger Live or on the website, and that's it. If you want further integrations, obviously there are further integrations. We have a native flow, a stake button, that is currently where there are only, I think, Lido and Kiln in this native flow. This requires more integration and a partnership with the business team, which is not my team, I'm the DevRel. It's also doable. I will be glad to put it once you have done this. But basically, this first step of integration is the open platform thing. You just come. That's the most basic integration, and then you can discuss further integration with the business team.
Staked with this open integration instead of the direct Kiln.
So we just launched the pooling, the Kiln pooling like weeks ago. I don't have the exact number in mind, but it would be, check that number, would be simply to take the Rocket Pool stats. That's how Rocket Pool did it. I think it was like 3 weeks or 2 weeks ago, so it might be a bit soon to take that data. But yeah, more and more are joining, and I think we will share pretty soon the data from this. And yeah.
Cool. That's it. Thanks.
Awesome. Okay, then thanks, Nico.
Thank you very much.
We don't wait for 10 more minutes and continue, so we can go aperitif a bit earlier. Ah, okay. Then we'll wait after all. Yeah, last speaker of the day, Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think I have to applaud you for still being here, meaning that your staff are really interested into insurance. Yeah, one of it is it. So welcome to the talk, taking on slashing risk from insurance point of view. My name is Peter Bernreuter. I'm the Chief Underwriting Officer of Chainproof. Let me show Chainproof in one slide. We are a fully regulated insurance company. So picture us as a traditional insurance company taking on Web3 risk. We are licensed in Bermuda. We have wonderful partners like Sompo, which is Japanese second largest insurance company, Munich Re, largest re, and Quonstem, leader, one of the leader in smart contract or general Web3 security. But enough about that. We are insuring against smart contract and slashing risks. So we are often talking to node operators about slashing risk, and we saw that we have very different perceptions. How node operators see the risk and how insurance companies see the risk. And I'm not talking here about Chainproof, but I'm talking about the whole insurance industry. So did slashing event happen? Yeah, 300 on the mainland in the last 3 years. That's not too many. If we say we have like 800 active validator, let's be fair, perhaps in the last 3 years, on average, it's more like 200 validators. The right annual insurance rate should be more like, you can argue, like 330 ETH which got slashed, divided by 3 years, and then divided through the staked ETH, which is 32 ETH times 200 validators. And you come up with a low rate. So even if you're then a mid-sized validator, you shouldn't pay more than $1,000 or $2,000 US dollar per year. Now you can imagine that if you call a insurance company, I want to insure against a slashing loss of 100 million, but I'm paying perhaps, or I think the fair price is $2,000 US dollar, the contract probably will not happen. So why is this, or how do insurance companies think about this risk? So basically, how to price a risk? There are two ways: data. Then you just use the data of the last, perhaps let's say 50 years, and adjust it a little bit, like with car data, traffic data. You know the value of the cars going up, the driver behavior goes a little bit up, but basically you have data of 50 years. So you can really do your pricing. But what is about new risk? Yeah, 3 years is not a long time. So how do we price this free risk? And one common method you're using is basically you split it up in 3 different parts. In basis losses, these are the very small losses, like one node gets slashed, might it be from a large node operator or solo staker. But that's totally irrelevant from a cost perspective, perhaps not from a reputation perspective, both for the insurance industry and for the node operator. Then we have large losses. This in the insurance industry would be the mean that perhaps the whole node operator gets. So we are talking here about 6-7 figures. So it's really relevant for the node operator. This might be a huge operational failure, and as well relevant for the insurance company. So for both. And then we have these catastrophic losses, where basically the whole Ethereum network goes down or is threatened to go. But where from an insurance perspective, not only one node operator has losses, but at the same time default. And so your losses adds up. These is basically the mental model which we are using. So basis losses, we have seen quite a few, but large losses and catastrophic losses, or did they? I think they did. So let's go in there. I brought 8 cases to me where I think large losses or catastrophic losses almost happened, and let's go through them. So the first one is a software bug in the Prism client. All of them you can find on chainproof.co. It's co.com. at our block. The latest I describe exactly these 8 accident, and as well with you find the original. So there was a wrong response of 1 of 6 different time servers. So this led to an event where the Prism client was not thought it was a different time than his chain. So basically no attestation was more going on. The Prism team rushed them to push a fix to the problem. This fix contained then a critical bug, and 3,000 validators were slashed. Luckily on the mainnet, on the testnet, so nothing really happened, but you know, something like this, totally unexpected, might come up one time in the mainnet as well. Second example, I think, is a classic node operator tries to get a better performance. He's testing a testnet, mainnet behaves differently, so the nodes some validator nodes start to restart. Slashing prevention database is disabled, never a good idea, and so there were a lot of slashing events. Around 75 or 95, there are always different number around of these nodes were slashed, so 100 ETH were lost, now about 200,000 K, and at this time the validator count was quite low. So already, let's say medium event. Then example 3, again, after back in a validator client, they were unable to produce blocks in a period of 18 epochs, and again 18 epochs. This led to a decrease in validator participation. A leak mode was not triggered, but very close at this event. Example 4, I know a lot of validator clients, several beacon nodes, but all validator clients were basically connected to one beacon node due to an operational failure. And because all of these were hitting a single beacon, much less responsive, and some blocks were becoming orphaned. So this is perhaps not a slashing event, but where you can see, okay, an operational failure is ongoing. Example 5, on a testnet, here a fuzzer created an invalid block, and this was deemed valid by 2 of the execution client, and so the network split up. Yeah, if you would have this on mainnet, the main chain splitting into 3 different ones, this would be catastrophic. This was basically the primary net was on, and the node operator did some of the validator clients, but it was not really deleted. The keys were re-imported, so suddenly you had backup validators going online, and this caused a slashing event from 11 ETH. In example 7, some consensus client could not process valid attestation point in an optimal way. So the network was flooded with old attestation, and I think 3 out of the 4 main clients recomputed prior beacon states, which was a lot of computational power, and the network went down. We're in leak mode because and basically the network was saved by 1 validator client was in leak mode. Since we have the quadratic formula, the impact was very small, but nevertheless. And then another event only like 1 month ago, 20 nodes were slashed because the fallback center was brought on, and here the Web3 signer didn't have a slashing protection enabled. So these were 8 cases. So let's review our basic assumption again. We have basis losses. Here I would say we have already, like 150 events have happened. We would have already, but unfortunately nobody wants to insure against this because it's just irrelevant from a monetary perspective. So let's delete this. And the big question is now about large losses and catastrophic losses. Yeah, this would be an operational failure, like the backup system goes on and again. We haven't seen it yet, but in principle, an external hack can bring down the infrastructure or steals the validating key and then enforces a slashing. Same could happen and grumpy internal employee who still has access or some software bug. 4 of them happened in the past. The severity was low, luckily, but this might not be that it's not this case in the next 100 years. And similar, and I would argue we had some more. I haven't seen for everyone a postmortem. Catastrophic losses, if you are making a little brainstorming, there might be a validator bug, execution line bug. We have seen both of it. Okay, a failure of the underlying network after an upgrade might come. DVT and overloading consensus, I still have to make my mind up, so not sure about it. And leak mode, I think, is very realistic scenario as well. So the question really boils down, and this is where the different perceptions coming in. Insurance is not against these on the network, but nobody buys insurance for this one. This would really correspond to these low rates from 0.02%. The real question is, what do we give the probability for large loss? And the answer is we don't know. Yeah, we have to make some assumptions, but basically here it's important. 1 time every 100 years, 2 times every 100 years, and then you can come up with a basically fair rate. So in the end, what can we do from the insurance industry? Or what are our challenges? Well, it's very technical. It has quite a technical cyber underwriter, and the data quality is quite okay, but the quantity is not there yet. And a challenge for us is as well the accumulation risk. So leak mode, downtime, software bug, failure of the underlying Ethereum network. This would be risk where perhaps many policies separate are affected, and this would perhaps lead to a large loss, which we as an insurance company have to avoid. And how to overcome these challenges, mitigate slashing risk and get insurance costs down. Well, the data will improve over time, so we get this in our favor. We can do technical improvements. DVT might be a solution. I think we still have to wait for the results from the test nets, doing a little bit more research here. Specifics, we can try to exclude these cat risks to make it insurable for us. And what we are always using is this alignment of interest through self-insured retention and loss participating, so that we both have an interest that no slashing occurrence. Then last point, what can node operators do? Well, doing an awesome job at the infrastructure setup, of course. Education of the insurance market is always a topic as well, because it's quite difficult what you guys are doing. Following best practices, which we doing currently together with Lido in the DUC initiative, and then ISO 27K and SOC 2 certifications are also, I think, something what I learned just to give these positive signaling effects. And last not least, Quantum is doing infrastructure audits, which are basically complementary to the ISO and SOC 2 certifications. That's from my side. Thank you for that you have been here. If you have any question, you will find me outside, or feel free to shoot me an email. If there are any, thank you, and if there are any questions.
Questions? Maybe I have one. Can you insure against lost keys?
This would be custody risk. We are in Chainproof not doing it, but there are many companies who are doing it. This is more a risk which traditional insurer feel more comfortable. So like Coinbase also, they buy a lot of these risks. Hot wallet risk or cold wallet risk, both of them. Yeah.
for your talk. I'm just wondering, is this a market for its only in terms of risk mitigations and risk policies, or is it also like, is it for solo policies, let's say, for staking? Is there demand, or do you offer products for this?
I don't know if it's demand, but it's difficult because the insurance companies always do some risk assessment, and with solo stakers it's just tough. Yeah, so usually it always depends what is the technical knowledge of the insurance company. If it's low, then they rely on certifications like 70,000K audits, ISO 1000K certifications, and then basically it's getting tough for solo stakers. Yeah, so solo stakers with few nodes, then the premium would be as well too low for the insurance industry or to the insurance company to start the process. So, no.
Thank you, great talk. My question is what drives the demand of the insurances? Like, what kind of people are coming, and do you see during the last years that the demand of slashing insurances are increasing?
We see basically node operators who talk to institutions. They are asked by the institutions, by the compliance team of the institution, do you have insurance? And that's a checkpoint. And if you and 3 other node operators say yes, you are out of the game. So basically, it's it's a market tool, a signaling tool, and a risk transfer tool. And what we as well see, node operators are buying it when they think they get more business out of it, so that it basically pays for itself.
Okay, thank you again.